Genesis 1. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Now the earth was formless and empty. Darkness was over the surface of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. And God said, "Let there be light." And there was light. God saw the light was good, and he separated the light from the darkness. God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And there were evening, and there were morning, the first day. God said, "Let there be void between the waters to separate water from water." So God made the void and separated the water under the void from the water above it. And it was so. God called the void sky, and there were evening, and there were morning, the second day. And God said, "Let the water under the sky be gathered to one place, and let dry ground appear." And it was so. God called the dry ground land, and the gathered waters he called seas. And God saw that is good. And God said, "Let the land produce vegetation, seed-bearing plants and trees on the land that bear fruit with seed in it, according to their various kinds." And it was so. The land produced vegetation, plants bearing seed according to their kinds, and trees bearing fruit with seeds in it, according to their kinds. And God saw that it was good. And there was evening, and there was morning, the third day. And God said, "Let there be lights in the void of the sky to separate the day from the light, and let them serve as signs to mark sacred times and days and years. And let them be lights in the void of the sky to give light on the earth." And it was so. God made two great lights, and greater light to govern the day, and the lesser light to govern the night. He also made the stars. God set them in the void of the sky to give light on the earth, to govern the day and the night, and to separate light from darkness. And God saw that it was good. And there were evening, and there were morning, the fourth day. And God said, "Let the water teem with living creatures, and let birds fly above the earth across the void of the sky." So God created the great creatures of the sea, and every living thing with which the water teems, and that move about in it, according to their kinds, and every winged bird according to its kind. And God saw that it good. God blessed them and said, "Be fruitful and increase in number, and fill the water of the seas, and let the birds increase on the earth." And there were evening, and there were morning, the fifth day. And God said, "Let the land produce living creatures according to their kinds, the living stock, the creatures that move along the ground, and the wild animals, each according to its kind." And it was so. God made the wild animals according to their kinds, and livestock according to their kinds, and all the creatures that move along the ground according to their kinds. And God saw that it good. Then God said, "Let us make mankind in our image, in our likeness, so that they may rule over the fish on the sea, and the birds in the sky, over the livestock, and all the wild animals, and over all the creatures that move along the ground." So God created mankind in his own image. In the image of God he created them. Male and female he created them. God blessed them and said to them, "Be fruitful and increase in number. Fill the earth and subdue it. Rule over the fish in the sea and the birds in the sky and over every living creature that moves on the ground." Then God said, "I give you every seed-bearing plant on the face of the whole earth, and every tree that have fruit with seed in it. They will be for food, and to all the beasts of the earth, and all the birds in the sky, all the creatures that move along the ground, everything that have the breath of life in it. I give every green plant for food." And it was so. God saw all that he had made, and it was very good. And there were evening and there were morning, the sixth day. Genesis 2. Though the heavens and the earth were complete in all their vast array, by the seventh day God had finished the work and he had been doing. So on the seventh day he rested from all his work. Then God blessed the seventh day. He made it holy, because on it he rested from all work of scripting that he has done. This is the account of the heavens and the earth when they were created, when the God made the earth and the heavens. Now the shore have yet appeared on earth, and no plant have yet sprung up, for the Lord God hath not sent rain on the earth, and there was no one to work the ground. But streams came up from the earth and watered the whole surface of the ground. Then the Lord God formed a man from the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and the man became a living being. Now the Lord God had planted a garden in the east of Eden, and there he put a man he had formed. The Lord God made all kinds of trees grow up of the ground, trees that were pleasing to the eye, good for food. In the middle of the garden were the tree of life and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. A river watered the garden, flowed from Eden. From there it was separated into 4 headwaters. The name of the first is the Pishon. It winds through the entire land of Havilah. Where there is gold, the gold of that land is good, aromatic, resin, and old yeast are also there. The name of the second river is the Gihon. It winds through the entire land of coast. The name of the third river is the Tigris. It runs along east side of Ashur, and the fourth river of the Euphrates. The Lord God took the man and put him in the garden of Eden to work it and take care of it. And the Lord God commanded the man, "You are free to eat from any tree in the garden, but you must not eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. From when you eat from it, you will certainly die." The Lord God said, "Is it not good for the man to be alone? I will make a helper suitable for him." Now the Lord God had formed out of the ground all the wild animals and all the birds in the sky. He brought them to the man to see what he could name them. And whatever the man called each living creature, that were its name. So the man gave names to all the livestock, the birds in the sky, and all the wild animals. But for Adam his suitable helper were found. So the Lord God caused the man fall into the deep sleep. And while he was sleeping, he took one of the man's ribs, and then closed up the place with flesh. Then Lord God made a woman from the rib he had taken out from the man, and he brought her to the man. And the man said, "This is now bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, for she was taken out of man. That is why the man leaves his father and mother, is united to his wife, and they become one flesh. Adam and his wife were both naked, and they felt no shame." Genesis 3. Now the serpent were more crafty than any of the wild animals the Lord God had made. He said to the woman, "Did God really say, 'You must not eat from any tree in the garden'?" The woman said to the serpent, "We may eat fruit from the trees in the garden, but God did say, 'You must not eat fruit from the tree that is in the middle of the garden, and you must not touch it, or you will die.' You will not certainly die." The serpent said to the woman, "For God knows that when you eat from it, your eye will be open, and you will be like God, knowing good and evil." When the woman saw the fruit of the tree were good for food and pleasing to the eye, and also desirable for gaining wisdom, she took some and ate it. She also gave some to her husband, who were with her, and he ate it. Then the eyes of both of them were open, and they realized they were naked. So they sewed fig leaves together and made covering for themselves. Then the man and his wife heard the sound of the Lord God as he were walking in the garden in the cool of the day, and they hid from the Lord God among the trees of the garden. But the Lord God called the man, "Where are you?" And he answered, "I heard you in the garden, and I were afraid because I were naked, so I hid." And he said, "Who told you that you were naked? Have you eaten from the tree that I commanded you not to eat from?" The man said, "The woman you put here with me, she gave me some fruit from the tree, and I ate it." Then the Lord God said to the woman, "What did you have done?" The woman said, "The serpent deceived me, and I ate." So the Lord said to the serpent, "Because you have done that, cursed you are above all livestock and all the wild animals. You will crawl on your belly, and you will eat dust all the days of your life, and I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your offspring and hers. He will crush your head, and you will trick his heel." To the woman he said, "I will make you pain in the childbearing, very serve with painful labor you will give birth to children. Your desire will be for your husband, and he will rule over you." To Adam he said, "Because you listened to your wife and ate fruit from the tree about which I command you, you must not eat from it. Cursed is the ground because of you. Through painful toil you will eat fruit from it. All the days of your life I will produce thorns and thistles for you, And you will eat the plants of the field. By the sweat of your brow you will eat from food. You will eat your food until you return to the ground, since from it you will taken, or dust you are, and to dust you will return. Adam named his wife Eve, because she could become the mother of all the living. The Lord God made garments of skin for Adam and his wife and clothed them. And the Lord God said, "The man has not become like one of us, knowing good and evil. He must not be allowed to reach out his hand to take also from the tree of life to eat, and life forever." So the Lord God banished him from the garden of the Eden to work the ground from which he had been taken. After he drove the man out, he placed on the east side one of the garden of Eden cherubim and the flaming sword flashing back and forth to guard the way to the tree of life. Genesis 4. Adam made love to his wife Eve, and she became pregnant and gave birth to Cain. She said, "With the help of the Lord I have brought forth a man." Later she gave birth to his brother Abel. Now Abel kept flocks, and Cain worked the soil. In the course of the time, Cain brought some fruit of the soil as an offering to the Lord, and Abel also brought an offering fat portion from the sum of the firstborn of his flock. The Lord looked with favor on the Abel and his offering, but on Cain and his offering he did not look with favor. So Cain was very angry, and his face was downcast. Then the Lord said to Cain, "Why are you angry? Why is your face downcast? If you do what is right, will you not be accepted? But if you do not do is right, sin is crouching at your door. It desires to have you, but you must rule over it." Now Cain said to his brother Abel, "Let's go out to the field." While they were in the field, Cain attacked his brother Abel and killed him. Then the Lord said to Cain, "Where is your brother Abel?" "I don't know," he replied. "Am I my brother's keeper?" The Lord said, "What have you done? Listen, your brother's blood cried out to me from the ground. Now you are under a curse and driven from the ground. Which opened it mouth receive your brother's blood from your hand. When you work at the ground, it will no longer yield its crop for you. You will be restless, wander on the earth." Cain said to the Lord, "My punishment is more than I can bear. Today you are driving me from a land, and I will be hidden from your presence. I will be a restless wanderer on the earth, and whoever finds me will kill me." But the Lord said to him, "Not so. Anyone who kills Cain will suffer vengeance 7 times over." Then the Lord put a mark on Cain, so that one who knows from would kill him. So Cain went out from the Lord's presence and lived in the land of Lord, east of Eden. Cain made love with his wife, and she became pregnant and gave birth to Enoch. Cain was then building a city, and he named it after his son Enoch. To Enoch was born Arad, and Arad was the father of Mehujael, and Mehujael is the father of Methuselah. Methuselah was the father of Lamech. Lamech married to Reuben. women, one named Ada and the other named Zillah. Ada gave birth to Jabal. He was the father of those who lived in the tent and raised livestock. His brother's name was Jubal. He was the father of the who played string instrument and pipes. Judah also have a son, Tubal-Cain, who forged all kinds of tools of bronze and iron. Tubal-Cain's sister was Naamah. Lamech said to his wives, Ada and Zillah, listen to me. Wife of Lamech, hear my words. I have killed a man for wounding me, a young man for injuring me. If Cain avenged 7 times, then Lamech 77 times. Adam made love to his wife again, and she gave birth to a son and named him Seth, saying, God hath granted me another child in place of Abel, since Cain killed him. Seth also hath a son, and he named him Enosh. At the time, people began to call on the name of the Lord. Genesis 5. This written account of Adam's family line. When God created mankind, He made them in the likeness of God. He created them male and female and blessed them and named them mankind when they created. When Adam had lived 130 years, he had his son in his own likeness and his own image, and named him Seth. After were born Adam lived 800 years, and he had other son and daughter. Altogether, Adam lived on the total of 930 years, and then he died. When the Seth had the 105 Enosh. After he became the father of Enosh, Seth lived 807 years and have other sons and daughters. Who together Seth lived a total of 912 years, and he died. When Enosh had lived 90 years, he became a father of Canaan. After he became the father of Canaan, Enoch lived 815 years and have other sons and daughters. Altogether, Enoch lived a total of 905 years, and he died. When Canaan he had 70 years, he became the father of Mahalalel. After he became the father of Mahalalel, Canaan lived 840 years, and he had a son and daughters. Altogether, Canaan lived a total of 910 years, and then he died. When Mahalalel he had lived 65 years, he became the father of Jair. After he became the father of Jair, Mahalalel lived 830 years, and he had other son and daughter. Altogether, Mahalalel lived to totally 895 years, and then he died. When Jair had lived 162 years, he became the father of Enoch. After he became the father of Enoch, Jair lived 800 years and have other sons and daughters. Altogether, Jair lived a total of 962 years, and then he died. When Enoch had lived 65 years, he became the father of Methuselah. After he became the father of Methuselah, Enoch worked faithfully with God 300 years, and he had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Enoch lived 365 years. Enoch worked faithfully with God. Then he was no more. God took him away. Then Methuselah had lived 107 years. He became the father of Lamech. After he became the father of Lamech, Methuselah lived 782 years, and he have other sons and daughters. Altogether, Methuselah lived to 969 years. Then he died. When Lamech have lived 182 years, he had son. He named Noah, and said, He will comfort earth in the labor and painful toil of our hands caused by the ground of the Lord had cursed. After Noah was born, Lamech lived 595 years and have other sons and daughters. Altogether, Lamech lived a total of 70 years, and then he died. After Noah was 500 years old, he became the father of Shem, Ham, and Japheth.
Genesis 6. When human beings began to increase in number to the earth, and daughters were born to them, the Son of God saw that the daughters of humans were beautiful, and they married any of them they chose. Then the Lord said, My spirit will not contend with humans forever, for they are mortal. Their days will be 120 years. Their Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward. Then the sons of God went to the daughter of the humans and have children by them. They were the heroes of old, men and renowned. The Lord said, How great the wickedness of human race have become on the earth, and that every inclination of the thoughts of the human heart were only evil and all the time. The Lord regretted that he had made human beings on the earth, and his heart was deeply troubled. So the Lord said, I will wipe the face of the earth, the human race I have created, and with them the animals, the birds, and the creatures that move along the ground, for I regret that I have made them. But Noah found favor in the eyes of the Lord. This is the account of Noah in his family. Noah was a righteous man, blameless among the people of his time, and he walked faithfully with God. Noah had 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Now the earth was corrupt in God's sight and was full of violence. God saw how corrupt the earth has become. For all the people on earth has corrupted their ways. So God said to Noah, I am going to put an angel to all people for the earth and filled with violence because of them. I am surely going to destroy both them and the earth. So make yourself an ark of cypress wood. Make rooms in it and coat it with pitch inside and out. The house you are to build it. The ark is to be 300 cubits long, 50 cubits wide, and 30 cubits high. Make a roof for it, leaving below the roof an opening 1 cubit high all around. Put a door in the side of the ark and make lower, middle, and upper decks. I am going to bring flood water on the earth and destroy all life under the heaven, every creature that have the breath of life in it. Everything on earth will perish, but I will establish my covenant with you, and you will enter the ark, you and your sons and your wife of your son's wife with you. You are to bring into the ark two of all living creatures, male and female, to keep them alive with you. Two of every kind of birds, earth, every kind of animals, and every kind of creature that move along the ground will come to you and keep alive. You are to take every kind of food that is to be eaten and store it away as food for you and for them. Noah did everything just as God commanded him.
Genesis 7. The Lord then said to Noah, "Go into the ark, you and your whole family, because I have found you righteous in this generation. Take with you 7 pairs of every kind of clean animal, a male and its mate, and 1 pair of every kind of unclean animal, a male and its mate, and also 7 pairs of every kind of bird, male and female, to keep them various kinds alive throughout the earth. 7 days from now I will send rain on the ground for the 40 days and 40 nights, and a white web from the face of the earth everything living creature I have made." And Noah did all the Lord commanded him. Now Noah was 600 years old when the flood water came on the earth. And Noah and his son and his wife and his son's wife entered the ark to escape the water of the flood. Pairs of clean and unclean animals, birds, and of all creatures that move along the ground, male and female, came to Noah and entered the ark, as Lord had commanded Noah. And after the 7 days of the flood waters came on the earth, in the 600th year of Noah's life, on the 17th day of the 2nd month, on that day all the springs of the great deep burst forth, and the floodgates of the heaven were opened, and rain fell on the earth 40 days and 40 nights. On that every day Noah and his sons Shem, Ham, and Japheth, together with his wife and the wife of his 3 sons, entered the ark. They had with them every wild animal according to its kind, or livestock according to their kind, every creature that moved along the ground according to its kind, and every bird according to its kind, every winged pair of all creatures that have the breath of the life came to Noah and entered the ark. The animal going in the male and female of every living creature, everything that as the command Noah, then the Lord shut him at. For 40 days the flood kept coming to the earth, and as the water increased, they lifted the ark high above the earth. The water rose, increased greatly on the earth, and the ark floated on the surface of the water. They rose greatly on the earth, and all the high mountains under the entire heavens were covered. The water rose and covered the mountain to a depth of more than 50 cubits. Every living thing that moved on the land perished: birds, livestock, wild animals, all the creatures that swarm over the earth, and all mankind. Everything on dry land had to breath of life in the natural die. Every living thing on the face of the earth were wiped out. People and animals, and the creatures that move along the ground, and the birds were wiped from the earth. Only Noah was left, and those within the ark. The waters flooded the earth for 150 days. Genesis 8. But God remembered Noah and all the wild animals and the livestock that were with him in the ark. And he sent a wind over the earth, and the waters received. Now the springs of the deep and the floodgates of the heavens have been closed, and the rains have stopped falling from the sky. The water received steadily from the earth. At the end of the 150 days, the water has gone down. And on the 17th day, the seventh month, the ark come to rest on the mountain of Ararat. The waters continued to receive until the 10th month, and on the first day of the 10th month, the top of the mountains became visible. After 40 days, Noah opened the window he had made in the ark, and sent out a raven, and a calf fly back and forth until the water had dried up from the earth. Then he sent out a dove to see if the water had receded from the surface of the ground. But the dove could find nowhere to perch, because there were water over all the surface of the earth. So it returned to Noah in the ark. He reached out his hand and took the dove and brought it back to himself in the ark. He wanted 7 more days and again sent out the dove from the ark. When the dove returned to him in the evening, in its beak were a freshly plucked olive leaf. Then Noah knew that the water had receded from the earth. He waited 7 more days and sent the dove out again, but this time it did not return to him. But the first day of the first month of Noah's 601st year, the water had dried up from the earth. Noah then removed covering from the ark, and saw that the surface of ground was dry. By the 27th day of the second month, the earth was completely dry. Then God said to Noah, "Come out of the ark, and your wife and your sons and their wife. Bring out every kind of living creature that is with you, the birds, the animals, and all the creatures that move along the ground, and they can multiply on the earth and be fruitful and increase in number on it." So Noah came out together with his sons, his wife, and his son's wife, all the animals and all the creatures that move along the ground, and all the birds, everything that moves on land, come out of the ark, one kind after another. Then Noah built an altar for Lord said, taking some of all the clean animals and the clean birds, and sacrificed burnt offering on it. The Lord smelled the pleasing aroma, and said to his heart, "Never again will curse the ground because of human, even thought, every inclination of the human heart, be evil from childhood, and never again will I destroy all living creatures that I have done. As long as the earth endures, seed time and harvest, cool and heat, summer and winter, day and night, will never cease. cease. Genesis 9. Then God blessed Noah and his sons, saying to them, Be fruitful and increase in number and fill the earth. The fear and dread of you will fall on all the beasts of the earth, and on all the birds in the sky, on every creature that moves along the ground, and on all the fish in the sea. They are given into your hand. Everything that lives and moves about will be food for you, just as I gave you the green plants. I now give you everything. But you must not eat meat that have its lifeblood still in it, and for your lifeblood I will surely demand an accounting. I will demand as accounting from every animal and from each human being. Too, I will demand an accounting for the life of another human being. Whoever shed human blood, by human shall their blood be shed. For in the image of God has God made mankind. As for you, be fruitful and increase in number, multiply on the earth and increase upon it. Then God said to Noah and to his son with him, I now establish my covenant with you and with your descendant after you, and with every living creature that grew with you, the birds, the livestock, and all the wild animals, all those that came out of the ark with you, every living creature on the earth. I established my covenant with you. Never again will all life be destroyed by the water of the flood. Never again will there be flood to destroy the earth. And God said, This is the sign of the covenant I am making between me and you and every living creature with you, a covenant for all generations to come. I have set my rainbow in the clouds, and it will be the sign of the covenant between me and the earth. Whenever I bring the clouds over the earth and the rainbow appears in the clouds, I will remember my covenant between me and you and all the living creatures of every kind. Never again will the waters become a floor of the destroy or life. Whenever the rainbow appears in the clouds, I will see it and remember the everlasting covenant between God and all living creatures of every kind on the earth. So God said to Noah, This is the sign of the covenant I have established between me and all life on the earth. The son of Noah who came out of the ark were Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Ham was the father of Canaan. They were the three sons of Noah, that from them came of the people who were scattered over whole the earth. Noah, a man of soil, proceeded to plant a vineyard. When he drank some of its wine, he became drunk, and when he drank some of its wine, he became drunk, and lay uncovered inside his tent. Ham, the father of Canaan, saw his father naked, and told his two brothers outside. But Shem and Japheth took a garment and laid it across their shoulders. Then they walked in backward and covered their father's naked body.
their faces were turned the other way, so that they could not see their father naked. When Noah awoke from his way and found out what his youngest son had done to him, he said, "Cursed be Canaan, the lowest of slavery. Will he be to his brothers?" He also said, "Praise be to the Lord, the God of Shem. May Canaan be the slave of Shem. May God attend Japheth territory. May Japheth live in the tents of Shem, and may Canaan be the slave of Japheth." After the flood, Noah lived 350 years. Noah lived a total of 950 years, and then he died. Genesis 10. Did either account of Shem, Ham, and Japheth, Noah's sons, who themselves had sons after the flood. The sons of Japheth: Gomer, Magog, Madai, Javan, Tubal, Meshech, and Tiras. The sons of Gomer: Archanas, Riphath, and Togarmah. The son of Javan: Elisha, Tarshish, the Kittites, the Rodanites. From the maritime peoples spread out into their territories by their clan within their nations, each with its own language. The son of Ham: Cush, Egypt, Put, and Canaan. The son of Cush: Sheba, Havilah, Shatar, Ramah, and Shatikar. The son of Ramah: Sheba and Dedan. Cush was the father of Nimrod, who became a mighty warrior on the earth. He was a mighty hunter before the Lord. He was a mighty hunter before the Lord. That is why it is said, like Nimrod, a mighty hunter before the Lord. The first center of his kingdom was Babylon, Uruk, Akkad, and Canaan in Shinar. From the land he went to Assyria, would build Nineveh, Rehoboth, Kala, and Reset, which is between Nineveh and Kala, which is the great city. Egypt was the father of Ludit, Anamit, Lehabit, Latuhit, Patrusit, Kaluhite. From the Phoenician came and Captorit. Canaan was the father of Sidon, his firstborn, and of the Hittite, Jebusite, Amorit, Girgashite, Hivite, Arkite, Sinite, Arvidite, Jamarit, and Hamathite. Neither the Canaanite clans scattered and border of Canaan reached from Sidon Tower, Gerar, as far as Gaza, and the tower, Sodom, Gomorrah, Amar, Jebiam, as far as Lasha. There are the sons of Ham by their clans and languages in their territory and nations. Sons were also born to Shem, whose older brother was Japheth. Shem were ascendants of all the sons of Eber. The sons of Shem: Aram, Ashur, Arphaxad, Lud, and Aram. The sons of Aram: Uch, Hub, Gether, and Meshech. Phashashah, was the father of Shelah, Shelah the father of Eber. 2 sons were born to Eber. One was named Peleg, because in his term the earth was divided. His brother was named Joktan. Joktan was the father of Amudam, Sheleph, Hadjarmaveth, Zerah, Hadoram, Uzzah, Diklah, Oba, Abimal, Shabbar, Ophir, Havilah, Jobah. All there were sons of Joktan. The region where they lived stretched from Mesha toward the Shephar in the eastern hill country. There were the sons of Shem by their clans and languages in their territories and nations. There were the clan to Lora, sons according to their life in the scene that sent within their nation, for the nation pressed out over the earth after the flood. Genesis 11. Now all the world had one language and a common speech. As people moved eastward, they found a plant in the Shinar and settled there. They said to each other, "Come, let's make bricks and bake them thoroughly." They used brick instead of stone and tar for mortar. Then they said, "Come, let us build ourselves a city with a tower that reaches to the heavens, so that we may make a name for ourselves. Otherwise, we will be scattered over the face of the whole earth." But the Lord came down to see the city and the tower the people were building. The Lord said, "If as one people speaking the same language, they have begun to do it, then nothing they plan to do will be impossible for them. Come, let us go down and confuse their language, so they will not understand each other." So the Lord scattered them from there over all the earth, and they stopped building the city. That is why it was called Babel, because there the Lord confused the language of the whole world. From the Lord scattered them over the face of the whole earth. This is the account of Shem's family life. 2 years after the flood, when Shem was 100 years old, he became the father of Arphaxad. And after he became the father of Arphaxad, Shem lived 500 years and had other sons and daughters. When Arphaxad had lived 35 years, he became the father of Shelah. And after he became the father of Shelah, Arphaxad lived 403 years and have other sons and daughters. When Shelah had lived 30 years, he became the father of Eber. And after he became the father of Eber, Shelah had lived 403 years and have other sons and daughters. When Eber had lived 34 years, he became the father of Peleg. And after he became the father of Peleg, Eber lived 430 years and have other sons and daughters. When Peleg had lived 30 years, he became the father of Reu. After he became the father of Reu, Peleg lived 209 years and have other sons and daughters. When Reu had lived 32 years, he became the father of Reshur. And after he became the father of Reshur, Reu lived 207 years and have other sons and daughters. When Reshur had lived 30 years, he became the father of Nahor. And after became the father of Nahor, Serug. lived 200 years and have other sons and daughters. When Nahor lived 29 years, he became the father of Terah. And after becoming the father of Terah, Nahor lived 119 years, have other sons and daughters. After Terah had lived 70 years, he became the father of Abram, Nahor, and Haran. This is the account of Terah's family life. Terah became the father of Abraham, Nahor, and Haran became the father of Lot. While his father Terah was still alive, Haran died in Ur of the Chaldeans, in the lands of his birth. Abraham and Nahor both married. The name of Abraham's wife was Sarah, and the name of Nahor's wife was Milcah. She was the daughter of Haran, the father of both Milcah and Ikar. Now Sarai was childless because she was not able to conceive. Terah took his son Abraham, his grandson Lot of Haran, and his daughter-in-law Sarai, the wife of his son Abraham, and together they set out from Ur of the Chaldeans to go to Canaan. But when they came to Haran, they settled there. Terah lived 205 years, and he died in Haran. Genesis 12. The Lord had said to Abram, "Go from your country, your people, and your father's household to the land I shall show you. I will make you into a great nation, and I will bless you. I will make your name great, and your will be blessing. I will bless those who bless you, and whoever curses you, I will curse. And all peoples on the earth will be blessed through you." So Abram went as the Lord had told him, and Lot went with him. Abram was 75 years old when he set out from Haran. He took his wife Sarai, his nephew Lot, and the possession they have accumulated, and the people they have acquired in Haran, and they set for the land of Canaan, and they arrived there. Abram traveled through the land as far as the site of the great tree of Moreh and Shechem. At that time the Canaanites were in the land. The Lord appeared to Abram and said, "To your offspring I will give the land." But so he built an altar there to the Lord who had appeared to him. From there he went on toward and hill it of Bethel, and pitched his tent with Bethel on the west and Ai on the east. There he built an altar for the Lord and called on the name of the Lord. Then Abram set out and continued toward the Negev. Now there were a famine in the land, and Abram went down to Egypt to live for a while because the famine was severe. And he were about to enter Egypt, and he said to his wife Sarah, "I know what a beautiful woman you are. When the Egyptians see you, they will say, 'This is his wife.' Then they will kill me, but will let you live. Say you are my sister, so that I will be treated well for your sake, and my life will be spared because of you." When Abram came to Egypt, the Egyptians saw that Sarah was a very beautiful woman, and when Pharaoh officials saw her, they praised her to Pharaoh, and she was taken into his palace. He treated Abram well for her sake, and Abram acquired sheep and cattle, male and female donkeys, male and female servants, and camels. But the Lord inflicted serious disease to Pharaoh and his household because of Abram's wife Sarai. So Abram summoned Abram. "What have you done to me?" he said. "Why didn't tell me she is your wife? Why did you say she is my sister? So I took her to be my wife. Now then, here is your wife. Take her and go." Then Pharaoh gave orders about Abram to his men, and they sent him on his way with his wife and everything he had. Genesis 13. So Abram went up from Egypt to Negev with his wife and everything he had, and Lot went with him. Abram had become very wealthy in livestock and in silver and gold. From the Negev he went from place to place until he came to Bethel, to the place between Bethel and Ai, where his tent had been earlier, and where there he had first built an altar. There Abram called on the name of the Lord. Now Lot, who have moving about with Abram, shall have flocks and herds and tents, but the land could not support them while they stayed together, for their possession was so great that they were not able to stay together. And scoring a road between Abram's Hebder and North, the Canaanites and Perizzite were also living in the land at the time. So Abram said to the Lord, "Let's not have any quarreling between you and me, or between your herder and mine, for we are close relatives. It not be whole land before you. Let part company. If you go to left, I will go to the right. If you go to right, I go to the left." Lot looked around and saw that a whole plain to the Jordan toward Jordan were well watered, like the garden of the Lord, like the land of Egypt. They were before the Lord destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. So Lot chose for himself the whole plain in the Jordan and set out toward the east. The two men parted company. Abraham lived in the land of Canaan, while Lot lived among the city of plain and pitched in his tent near Sodom. Now the people of Sodom were wicked and were sinning greatly against the Lord. The Lord said to Abraham, after Lot had parted from him, "Look around from where you are, and the Lord and the south and the east and the west. All the land that you see, I will give to you and your offspring forever. I will make your offspring like the dust of the earth, so that if anyone could count the dust, then your offspring could be counted. Go walk through the land and the breadth of the land, for I am giving it to you." So Abram went to live near the great trees of Mamre at Hebron. When they pitched his tents there, he built an altar to the Lord. Genesis 14. At the time when Amraphel was king of Shinar, Arik king of Elashar, Kedorlaomer king of the Elam, and Tidal king of Gojim, the kings went to war against Bera king of Sodom, Bishak king of Gomorrah, Shinar king of Armar, Shemeber king of Zeroim, and the king of Bala, that is Zorah. All the latter kings joined forces in the valley of Siddim, that is the dead of sea valley. For 12 years they been subject to Kedorlaomer, but in the 13th years they rebelled. In the 14th years, Kedorlaomer and the kings Ali with him went out to defend the Rephaites in Ashtaroth, Karnar, the Jebusites in Han, the Emites in Shaveh, Kiriathaim, and the Horites in the hill country of
Seir, as far as Paran near the desert. Then they turned back and went to En-Mephat, that is Kadesh, and they conquered the whole territory of the Amalekite, as well as the Amorite, who were living in Hazeron Tamar. Then the king of Sodom, the king of Gomorrah, the king of Admah, the king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, that is Zorah, marched out, they drew up their battle knives in the valley of Siddim against Chedorlaomer, king of Aram, Tira, king of Joyim, Amraphel, king of Shinar, and Rich, king of Elashar, 4 kings against 5. Now the valley of Siddim were full of terrorists, and when the king of Sodom and Gomorrah fled, some of men fell into them, and they raised flesh to the hills. The 4 kings seized all the goods of Sodom and Gomorrah, and all their food. Then they went away. They also carried up Abram's nephew Lot and his possessions, since he were living in Sodom. A man who had escaped came and reported to Abram the Hebrew. Now Abram was living near the great tree of Mamre, the Amorite, a brother of Eshcol and Aner, all of who were alive with Abram. When Abram heard that his relative had been taken captive, he called out the 318 changmen born in his household and went in pursuit as far as Dan. During the night, Abram divided his men to attack them, and he routed them, pursuing them as far as Hobah, north of Damascus. He recovered all of the goods and brought back his relative Lot and his possessions, together with the woman and the other people. After Abram returned from defeating Chedorlaomer and the kings alive with him, the king of Sodom came out to meet him in the valley of Shaveh, that is the king's valley. Then Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought out bread and wine. He would preach of God Most High, and he blessed Abram, saying, Blessed be Abram by God Most High, creator of heaven and earth, and praise be to God Most High, who delivered your enemies into your hand. Then Abram gave him a tenth of everything. Then the king of Sodom said to Abram, Give me the people and keep the goods for yourself. But Abram said to the king of Sodom, With raised hand I have sworn an oath to the Lord God Most High, creator of heaven and earth, that I will accept nothing belonging to you, not even a thread or the strap of a sandal, to that you will never be able to say, I made Abram rich. I will accept nothing but what my men have eaten, and the share that belongs to the men who went with me, to Aner, Shecoi, and Mamre. Let them have their share. After that, the word of the Lord came to Abram in a vision. Do not be afraid, Abram. I am your shield. you very great reward. But Abram said, Sovereign Lord, what can you give me since I remain childless, and the one who will inherit my estate is Elijah of Damascus? And Abram said, You have given me no children, so a servant in my household will be my heir. Then the word of the Lord came to him. This man will not be your heir, but a son who is your own flesh and blood will be your heir. He took him outside and said, Look up at the sky and count the stars, if indeed you can count them. Then he said to him, Shall your offspring be? Abram believed the Lord, and he credited it to him as righteousness. He also said to him, I am the Lord who brought you out of Ur of the Chaldeans to give you the land to take possession of it. But Abram said, Sovereign Lord, how can I know that I will gain possession of it? So the Lord said to him, Bring me a heifer, a goat, and a ram, each 3 years old, along with a dove and a young pigeon. Abram brought all these to him, cut them in two, and arranged the halves opposite each other. The birds, however, he did not cut in half. Then birds of prey came down to the carcasses, but Abram drove them away. As the sun was setting, Abram fell into the deep sleep, and a thick and dreadful darkness came over him. Then the Lord said to him, Know the certain that for 400 years your descendants will be strangers in a country not their own, and they will be enslaved and mistreated there. But I will punish the nation they serve as slaves, and afterward they will come out with great possessions. You, however, will go to your ancestors in peace and be buried at the good old age. In the 4th generation, your descendants will come back here, for the sins of Amorite had not yet reached its full measures. When the sun has set and the darkness has fallen, a smoking fire pot with a blazing torch appeared and passed between the pieces. On that day the Lord made a covenant with Abram and said, To your descendants I give the land, from the Wadi of Egypt to the great river, the Euphrates, the lands of the Canaanite, Kazizite, Kadomonite, Hittite, Perizzite, Rephazite, Amorite, Canaanite, Girgashite, and Jebusite. Genesis 16. Now Sarai, Abram's wife, had borne him no children, but she had an Egyptian slave named Hagar. Now she said to Abram, The Lord hath kept me from having children. Go, sleep with my slave. Perhaps I can build a family through her. Abram agreed, so what Sarai said. So after Abram had been living in Canaan 10 years, Sarai, his wife, took her Egyptian slave Hagar and gave her to her husband to be a wife. He slept with Hagar, and she conceived. When she knew she grew pregnant, she began to despise her mistress. Then Sarai said to Abram, "You are responsible for the wrong I am suffering. I put my slave in your arms, and now that she knows she is pregnant, she despises me. May the Lord judge between you and me. Your slave is in your hands," Abram said. "Do with her whatever you think best." Then Sarai mistreated Hagar, so she fled from her. The angel of the Lord found Hagar near a spring in the desert. It was the spring that is beside the road to Shur. And he said, "Hagar, slave of Sarai, where have you come from, and where are you going?" "I am running away from my mistress Sarai," she answered. And then the angel of the Lord told her, "Go back to your mistress and submit to her." The angel added, "I will increase your descendants so much that they will to be numerous to count." The angel of the Lord said to her, "You are now pregnant, and you will give birth to a son. Now you shall name him Ishmael, for the Lord hath heard of your misery. She will be a wild donkey. He will be a wild donkey of a man. His hand will be against everyone, and everyone's hand against him. And he will live in hostility toward all his brothers." She gave the name to the Lord who spoke to her, "You are the God who see me," for she said, "I have now seen the one who sees me." That is why the well was called Beer Laharoi. Is it still there between Kadesh and Bereh? So Hagar bore Abram a son, and Abram gave the name Ishmael to the son she had born. Abram was 86 years old when Hagar bore him Ishmael. Genesis 17. When Abram was 89 years old, the Lord appeared to him and said, "I am God Almighty. Walk before me faithfully and be blameless. Then I will make my covenant between me and you, and will greatly increase your numbers." Abram fell face down, and God said to him, "As for me, this is my covenant with you. You will be the father of many nations. No longer will you be called Abram. Your name be Abram, for I have made you a father of many nations. I will make you very fruitful. I will make nations of you, and the kings will come from you. I will establish my covenant as an everlasting covenant between me and you and your descendants after your further generation to come, to be your God and the God of your descendants after you. The whole land of Canaan, where you now reside as a foreigner, I will give as an everlasting possession to you and your descendants after you, and I will be their God. Then God said to Abraham, As for you, you must keep my covenant, you and your descendants after you for the generation to come. This is my covenant with you and your descendants after you, the covenant you are to keep. Every male among you shall be circumcised. You are to undergo circumcision, and it will be the sign of the covenant between me and you. For the generation to come, every male among you who is 8 years old, a day old, must be circumcised, including those born in your household or bought with money from a foreigner, those who are not your offspring, whether born in your household or bought with your money, they must be circumcised. My covenant in your flesh is to be an everlasting covenant. Any uncircumcised male who has not been circumcised in the flesh will be cut off from his people. He will have broken my covenant. God also said to Abraham, As for Sarah your wife, you are no longer to call her Sarai. Her name be Sarah, and will be blessed her, and will surely give you a son by her. I will bless her so that she will be a mother of nations. Kings of people will come from her. Abraham fell face down. He laughed and said to himself, Will a son be born to a man 100 years old? Will Sarah bear a child at the age of 90? And Abraham said to God, If only Ishmael might live under your blessing. Then God said, Yes, but your wife Sarah will bear you a son, and you will call him Isaac. I will establish my covenant with him to an everlasting covenant for his descendants after him. And as for Ishmael, I have heard you. I will surely bless him. I will make him fruitful and will greatly increase his numbers. He will be the father of 12 rulers, and I will make him into a great nation. But my covenant I will establish with Isaac, whom Sarah will bear to you by the time next years. When he had finished speaking with Abraham, when God up from him, on that very day Abraham took his son Ishmael and all those born into his household or bought with his money, every male in his household, and circumcised them, as God told him. Abraham was 99 years old when he was circumcised, and his son Ishmael was 13. Abraham and his son Ishmael were both circumcised on that very day. And every male in Abraham's household, including those born in his household or bought from a foreigner, was circumcised with him. Genesis 18. The Lord appeared to Abraham near the great tree of Mamre, while he was sitting at the entrance to his tent in the heat of the day. Abraham looked up to the shore, 3 men standing nearby. When he saw them, he hurried from the entrance of his tent to meet them and bowed low to the ground. He said, "If I have found favor in your eyes, my Lord, do not pass your servant by. Let a little water be brought, and then you may all wash your feet and rest under the tree. Let me get you something to eat, so you can be refreshed and then go on your way. Now that you have come to your servant." "Very well," they answered. "Do as you say." So Abraham hurried into the tent to Sarah. "Quick," he said, "get 3 shears of the finest flour and knead it and bake some bread." Then he ran to the hut and selected a choice, tender calf and gave it to a servant, who hurried to prepare it. He then brought some curd and milk and the calf that had been prepared and set there before them. While they ate, he stood near them under a tree. "Where is your wife Sarah?" asking him. "There is the tent," he said. Genesis 19. The 2 angels arrived at the Sodom in the evening, and Lot was sitting in the gateway of the city. When he saw them, he got up to meet them and bowed down with his face to the ground. "My lords," he said, "please return aside to your servant's house. You can wash your feet and spend the night and then go on your way early in the morning." "No," they answered. "We will spend the night in the square." But he insisted so strongly that they did go with him to enter his house. He prepared a meal for them, baking bread without yeast, and they ate. Before they had gone to bed, all the men from every part of the city of Sodom, both young and old, surrounded the house. They called to Lot, "Where are the men who came to you tonight? Bring them out to us so that we can have sex with them." Lot went outside to meet them and shut the door behind him and said, "No, my friends, don't do this wicked thing. Look, I have 2 daughters who have never slept with a man. Let me bring them out to you, and you can do what you like with them. But don't do anything to these men, for they have come under the protection of my roof." "Get out of your way," they replied. "This fellow came here as a foreigner, and now he wants to play a judge. Well, cheat, you're worse than them." They keep bringing pressure on Lot and move forward to break down the door. But the man inside reached out and pulled Lot back into the house and shut the door. Then they struck the men who were at the door of the house, young and old, with blindness, so that they could not find the door. The two men said to Lot, "Do you have anyone else here, sons-in-law, sons or daughters, or anyone else in the city who belongs to you? Get them out here, because we will going to destroy this place." The outcry to Lord against it people is so great that he has sent to destroy it. So Lot went out and spoke to his son-in-law, who were pledged to marriage his daughters. He said, "Hurry and get out of the place, because the Lord is about to destroy the city." But his son-in-laws thought he was joking. With the coming of dawn, the angels urged Lot, saying, "Hurry, take your wife and your two daughters who are here, or you will be swept away when the city is published." When he resisted, the man grabbed his hand and the hands of his wife and of his two daughters and led them safely out of the city. For the Lord have merciful to them. As soon as they have brought them out, one of them said, "Flee for your lives. Don't look back, and don't stop anywhere in the plain. Flee to the mountains, or you will be swept away." But Lot said to them, "No, my Lord, please, your servant has found favor in your eyes, and you have shown great kindness to me in sparing my life. But I can't flee to the mountains, and disaster will overtake me, and I'll die. Look, here is a town near enough to run to, and it is small. Let me flee to it. It is very small, isn't it? Then my life will be spared." He said to him, "Very well, I will grant that request too. I will not overthrow the town you speak of. But flee there quickly, because I cannot do anything until you reach it." That is why the town was called Zoar. But the time not reached Zoar, the sun had risen over the land. Then the Lord rained down burning sulfur on Sodom and Gomorrah from the Lord out of the heavens. Though they overthrew those cities and their entire land, destroying all those living in their cities, and also their vegetation in the land. But Lot's wife looked back, and she became a pillar of salt. Early the next morning, Abram got up and returned to the place where he stood before the Lord. He looked down toward Sodom and Gomorrah, toward all the land of the plain, and he saw the sea smoke rising from the land like smoke from a furnace. So when God destroyed the cities of the plain, he remembered Abram, and he brought Lot out of the catastrophe. Then overthrew the city when Lot half lived. Lot and his daughters left Zoar and settled in the mountains, for he were afraid to stay in Zoar. He and his two daughters lived in a cave. One day The older daughter said to the younger, "Our father is old, and there is no man around here to give us children, as is the custom all over the earth. Let's get our father to drink wine and then sleep with him and preserve our family life through our father." That night they got their father to drink wine, and the older daughter went in and slept with him. He was not aware of it when she lay down or when she got up. The next day the older daughter said to the younger, "Last night I slept with my father. Let's get him to drink wine again tonight, and you will go to sleep with him so we can preserve our family life through our father." So they got their father to drink wine that night also. And the younger daughter went in and slept with him. Again, he was not aware of it when she lay down or when she got up. So both of Lot's daughters became pregnant by their father. The older daughter had a son, and she named him Moab. He is the father of the Moabite of today. And younger daughter also have a son, and she named him Ben-Ami. He is the father of Ammonite of today. Genesis 20. Now Abraham moved on from there into the region of the Negev, and lived between Kadesh and Shur for a while, stay in the Gerar. And there Abraham said to his wife Sarah, "She is my sister." Then Abimelech, king of Gerar, sent for Sarah and took her. But God came to Abimelech in a dream one night and said to him, "You are as good as dead because of the woman you have taken. She is a married woman." Now Abimelech had not gone near her, so he said, "Lord, will you destroy an innocent nation? Did he not say to me, 'She is my sister'? And didn't she also say, 'He is my brother'? I have done it with a clear conscience and clean hand." Then God said to him in the dream, "Yes, I know you did it with a clear conscience, and so I have kept you from sinning against me. That is why I did not let you touch her. Now return the man's wife, for he is a prophet, and he will pray for you and you will live. But if you do not return her, you may be sure that you and all who belong to you will die." Early the next morning, Abimelech summoned all his officers, and when he told them all that had happened, they were very much afraid. Then Abimelech called Abraham in and said, "What have you done to us? How have I wronged you that you have brought such great guilt upon me and my kingdom? You have done it to me that should never be done." And Abimelech asked Abraham, "What were your reasons for doing this?" Abraham replied, "I said to myself, there is surely no fear of God in this place, and they will kill me because of my wife. Besides, she really is my sister, the daughter of my father, thought not of my mother, and she became my wife. And when the God have me wander from his father's household, I said to her, This is how you can show your love to me. Everywhere we go, say to me, He is my brother. Then Abimelech brought sheep and cattle and male and female slaves and gave to them. And gave them to Abraham. And he returned Sarah his wife to him. And Abimelech said, My land is before you. Live wherever you like. To Sarah he said, I am giving your brother 1,000 shekels of silver, with him to cover the offense against you before all who are with you. You are completely vindicated. Then Abraham prayed to God, and God heard Abimelech, his wife, and his female slaves to show they could have children again. For the Lord have kept all the women in Abimelech's household from conceiving because of Abraham's wife Sarah. Genesis 21. Now the Lord were gracious to Sarah, and he has said, and the Lord did for Sarah what he had promised. Sarah became pregnant and bore a son to Abraham in his old age, at the very time God had promised him. Abraham gave the name Isaac to the son Sarah bore him. When his son Isaac was 8 days old, Abraham circumcised him as God commanded him. Abraham grew 100 years old when his son Isaac was born to him. Sarah said, God hath brought me laughter, and everyone who hears about it will laugh with me. And she added, Who could have said to Abraham that Sarah could nurse children? Yet I have borne him a son in his old age. The child grew and grew wings. And on the day Isaac was weaned, Abraham held a great feast. But Sarah saw a son whom Hagar the Egyptian have bore to Abraham were mocking, and she said to Abraham, Get rid of that slave woman and her son, for that woman's son will never share in the inheritance with my son Isaac. The mother distressed Abraham greatly because it concerned his son. But God said to him, Do not be distressed about the boy and your slave woman. Listen to whatever Sarah tells you, because it is through Isaac that your offspring will be reckoned. I will make the son of the slave into a nation also, because he is your offspring. Early the next morning, Abraham took some food and skin of water and gave them to Hagar. He set them on her shoulders and then sent her off with the boy. She went on her way and wandered in the desert of Beersheba. When the water in the skin had gone, she put the boy under one of bushes. Then she went up and sat down about a bowshot away, for she thought, I cannot watch the boy die. And as she sat there, she began to sob. God heard the boy crying, And the angel of God called the Hagar from the heaven and said to her, "What is the matter, Hagar? Do not be afraid. God hath heard the boy crying as he lieth there. Lift the boy up and take him by the hand, for I will make him into a great nation." Then God opened her eyes, and she saw a well of water. So she went to fill the skin with water and gave the boy a drink. God was with the boy as he grew up. He lived in desert, and because of Asher, while he was living in the desert of Paran, his mother got a wife for him from Egypt. And that is the time Abimelech and Phicol, the commander of his forces, said to Abraham, "God is with you in everything you do. Now swear to me here before God that you will not deal fully with me or my children or my descendants. Show to me and the country where you now reside as a foreigner, and the same kindness I have shown to you." Abraham said, "I swear it." The Abraham complained to the Abimelech about a well of the water that Abimelech's servants have seized. But Abimelech said, "I don't know who has done it. You did not tell me, and I heard about it only today." So Abraham brought sheep and cattle and gave him to Abimelech, and the two men made a treaty. Abraham said, "Apart 7 lambs from the flock." And Abimelech asked Abraham, "What is the meaning of these 7 lambs you have set apart by themselves?" He replied, "Accept these 7 lambs from my hand as a witness that I dug this well, so that place were called Beersheba, because the 2 men swore an oath there. After the treaty had been made by Beersheba, Abimelech and Phicol, the commander of his forces, returned to the land of the Philistines. Abraham planted a tamarisk tree in the Beersheba, and there have called on the name of the Lord, the eternal God. And Abraham stayed in the land of the Philistines for a long term.
Genesis 22. Sometime later, God tested Abraham. He said to him, "Abraham, here I am," he replied. Then God said, "Take your son, your only son, whom you love, Isaac, and go to the region of Moriah. Sacrifice him there as a burnt offering on a mountain I will show you." Early the next morning, Abraham got up and loaded his donkey. He took with him 2 of his servants and his son Isaac. When he had cut enough wood for the burnt offering, he set out for the place of God and had told him about. On the 3rd day, Abraham looked up and saw the place in the distance. He said to his servant, "Stay here with the donkey while I and the boy go over there. We will worship, and then we will come back to you." Abraham took the wood for the burnt offering and placed it on his son Isaac. And he himself carried the fire and the knife as the 2 of them went on together. Isaac spoke up and said to his father Abraham, "Father." "Yes, my son," Abraham replied. "The fire and wood are here," Isaac said. "But where is the lamb for the burnt offering?" Abraham answered, God himself will provide the lamb for the burnt offering, my son. And the two of them went on together. When they reached the place God had told him about, Abraham built an altar there and arranged the wood on it. He brought his son Isaac and laid him on the altar, on top of wood. Then he reached out his hand and took the knife to slay his son. But the angel of God called out to him from heaven, Abraham, Abraham. Here I am, he replied. Do not lay your hand on the boy, he said. Do not do anything to him. Now I know that you fear God, because you have not withheld from me your son, your only son. Abraham looked up, and there in a thicket he saw a ram caught by his horns. He went over to take the ram and sacrifice it as a burnt offering instead of his son. So Abraham called that place, the Lord will provide, and to this day it is said, on the mountain of the Lord it will be provided. The angel of the Lord called to Abraham from the heaven a second time and said, I swear by myself, declares the Lord, that because you have done it and have not withheld your son, your only son, I will surely bless you and make your descendants as numerous as the stars in the sky and as the sand on the seashore. Your descendants will take possession of the cities of their enemies, and through your offspring all nations on earth will be blessed, because you have obeyed me. Then Abraham returned to his servants, and they set off together for Beersheba, and Abraham stayed in the Beersheba. Now, sometime after Abraham was told, Milcah is also a mother. She has borne sons to your brother Nahor, Uz the firstborn, Bush his brother, Kemuel the father of Aram, Kesher, Hazor, Pirash, Jiblah, and Bethuel. Bethuel became the father of Rebekah. Milcah bore the 8 sons to Abraham's brother Nahor. His concubine, whose name was Rimah, also had sons Tebah, Gaham, Tasha, and Makkah. Sarai lived to be 127 years old. She died at Kiriath Arba, that is Hebron, in the land of Canaan. And Abraham went to mourn for Sarah and to weep over her. Then Abraham rose from beside his dead wife and spoke to Hittites. He said, I am a foreigner and stranger among you. Sell me some property, for I bury a site here so I can bury my dead. The Hittite replied Abraham, Sir, listen to us. You are a mighty prince among us. Bury your dead in the choicest of your tombs. None of us will refuse you his tombs for burying your dead. Then Abraham rose and bowed down before the people of the land. The Hittite, he said to them, If you are willing to let me bury my dead, then listen to me, and intercede with Ephron, son of Johar, on my behalf. So he will sell me the cave of Machpelah, which belonged to him, is at the end of his field. Ask him to sell it to me for the full price as a burial site among you. Abron the Hittite was sitting among his people, and he replied to Abraham in the hearing of all the Hittites who had come to get up his city, No, my lord. He said, "Listen to me. I give you the field, and I give you the cave that is in it. I give it to you in the presence of my people. Bury your dead." Again, Abraham bowed down before the people of the land, and he said to Abram in their hearing, "Listen to me. If you will, I will pay the price of the field. Accept it from me so I can bury my dead there." Abram answered Abraham, "Listen to me, my lord. The land is worth 400 shekels of silver. But was is that between you and me? Bury your dead." Abraham agreed to Abram's theme and weighed out for him the price he had named in the hearing of the Hittite, 400 shekels of silver, according to the weight current among the merchants. So Abram fields in Machpelah near Mamre, both the field and the cave in it, and all the trees within the borders of the field were deeded so to Abraham as his property in the presence of all the Hittites who had come to the gates of the city. Afterward, Abraham buried his wife Sarah in the cave in the field of Machpelah near Mamre, which is Hebron, in the land of Canaan. So the field and the cave in it were deeded to Abraham by Hittite as a burial site. Genesis 24. Abraham was now very old, and the Lord had blessed him in every way. He said to senior servants in his household, the one in charge of all that he had, "Put your hand under my thigh. I want you to swear by the Lord, the God of the heaven and the God of the earth, that you will not get a wife from my son from the daughters of the Canaanites among whom I am living, but will go to my country and my own relative and get a wife for my son Isaac." Then servants asked him, "What if the woman is unwilling to come back with me in the land to the land? Shall I then take your son back to the country you came from? Make sure that you do not take my son back there." Abraham said, "The Lord, the God of heaven, who brought me out of my father's household and my native land, and who spoke to me and promised me on oath, saying, 'To your offspring I will give the land.' He will send his angel before you so that you can get a wife for your son from there. If the woman is unwilling to come back with you, then you will be released from the oath of mine. Only do not take my son back there." So the servant put his hand under the thigh of his master Abraham and swore an oath to him concerning the matter. Then the servant left, talking with him 10 of his master camel load with all kinds of good things from his master. He set out for Aram Naharaim and made his way to the town of Nahor. He had to Carmel down near the well outside the town. It was toward evening, the time the woman go out to draw water. Then he prayed, "Lord, God of my master Abraham, make me successful today, and show kindness to me, master Abraham, and show kindness to my master Abraham. See, I am standing beside the spring, and the daughter of the town people are coming out to draw water. May it be that when I say to a young woman, 'Please let down your jar that I may have a drink,' and she says, 'Drink,' and our water your camel too. Let her be the one you have chosen for your servant Isaac. By this I will know that you have shown kindness to my mother." Before he had finished praying, Rebekah came out with her jar on her shoulder. She was the daughter of Bethuel, son of Milcah, who was the wife of Abraham's brother Nahor. The woman was very beautiful, a virgin. No man had ever slept with her. She went down to the spring, filled her jar, and came up again. The servant hungry to meet her and said, "Please give me a little water for your jar. Please give me a little water from your jar." "Drink, my lord," she said, and quickly lowered the jar to her hands and gave him a drink. After she had given him a drink, she said, "I'll draw water for your camels too, until they have had enough to drink." So she quickly emptied her jar into the trough, ran back to the well to draw more water, and drew enough for all his camels without saying a word. The man watched her closely to learn whether or not the Lord had made his journey successful. When the camel had finished drinking, the man took out a gold nose ring well in and big, and 2 gold bracelets weighing 10 shekels. Then he asked, "Whose daughter are you? Please tell me, is there room in your father's house for us to spend the night?" She answered him, "I am the daughter of Bethuel, the son of Milcah, born to Nahor." And she added, "We have plenty and straw and fodder, as well as room for you and to spend the night." Then the man bowed down and worshipped the Lord, saying, "Pray to the Lord, the God of my master Abraham, who have not abandoned his kindness and faithfulness to my master. As for me, the Lord has led me on the journey to the house of my master's relative." The young woman ran and told her mother's household about these things. Now Rebekah had a brother named Laban, and he hurried out to the man at the spring as soon as he had seen the nose ring and the bracelets on his sister's arms, and had heard Rebekah tell what the man said to her. He went out to the man and found him standing by the camels near the spring. "Come, you who are blessed by my Lord," he said. "Why are you standing out here? I have prepared the house and a place for the camels." So the man went to the house, and the camels were unloaded. Straw and fodder were brought for the camel, and water for him and his man to wash their feet. Then food was set before him, but he said, "I will not eat until I have told you what I have to say." "Then tell us," Laban said. So he said, "I am Abraham's servant. The Lord hath blessed my mother abundantly, and he has become wealthy. He hath given him sheep and cattle, silver and gold, male and female servants, and camels and donkeys. My master's wife Sarah will bore him a son in her old age, and he has given him everything he owned." And my master made me swear an oath and said, You must not get a wife for my son from the daughters of the Canaanites, in whose land I live. But go to my father's family and to my own clan and get a wife for my son. Then I asked my master, What if the woman will not come back with me? He replied, The Lord before whom I have walked faithfully will send his angel with you and make your journey a success, so that you can get a wife for my son from my own clan and from my father's family. You will be released from my oath if when you go to my clan, they refuse to give her to you. Then you will be released from my oath. When I came to the spring today, I said, Lord, God of my master Abraham, if you will, please grant succeed to the journey on which I have come. See, I am standing beside the spring. If a young woman comes out to draw water, and I say to her, Please let me drink a little water from your jar, and if she say to me, Drink, and I'll draw water for your camels too, let her be the one the Lord have chosen for my master's son. Before I finished praying in my heart, Rebekah came out with her jar on her shoulder. She went down to the spring and drew water, and I saw her, Please give me a drink. She quickly lowered her jar from her shoulder and said, Drink, and I'll water your camels too. So I drank, and she watered the camels also. I asked her, Whose daughter are you? She said, The daughter of Bethuel, the son of Nahor, whom Milcah bore to him. When I put the rings in her nose and the bracelets on her arm, so I bowed down and worshipped the Lord. I prayed the Lord, the God of my master Abraham, who have led me on the right road to get the granddaughter of my master brother for his son. Now, if you will show kindness and faithfulness to my master, tell me, and if not, tell me, so I may know which way to turn. Nabal and Bethuel answered, This is the Lord, we can say nothing to you one way or other way. Here is Rebekah. Take her and go, and let her become the wife of your master's son, as the Lord had directed. When Abraham's servant heard what they said, he bowed down to the ground before the Lord. Then the servants brought out gold and silver, jewelry, and articles of clothing, and gave them to Rebekah. He also gave costly gifts to her brother and her mother. Then he and the men who were with him ate and drank and spent the night there. When they got up in the next morning, he said, Send me on my way to my master. But her brother and her mother replied, Let the young man remain with us 10 days or so, then you may go. But he said to them, Do not detain me. Now that the Lord has granted success to my journey, send me on my way so I may go to my master. Then they said, Let's call the young woman and ask her about it. So they called Rebekah and asked her, Will you go with the man? I will go, she said. So they sent their sister Rebekah on her way, along with her nurse and Abraham's servant and his men. And they blessed Rebekah and said to her, Our sister, may you increase to thousands upon thousands. May your offspring possess the cities of their enemies. Then Rebekah and her attendants got ready to mount it, the camels and went back with the men. So the servant took Rebekah and left. Now Isaac had come from Beer Laharoi, for he was living in Negev. He went out to the field one evening to meditate. And as he looked up, he saw a camel approaching. Rebekah also looked up and saw Isaac. She got down from her camel and asked the servant, "Who is the man in the field coming to meet us?" "He is my master," the servant answered. So she took her veil and covered herself. Then the servant told Isaac all he had done. Isaac brought her into the tent of his mother Sarah, and he married Rebekah. So she became his wife, and he loved her. And Isaac grew comforted after his mother's death.
Genesis 25. Abraham had taken another wife, whose name was Keturah. She bore in Jimrah, Jokhan, Medan, Midian, Ishbar, and Shur. Jokhan was the father of Sheba and Jachan. The descendants of Jachan were the Ashurite and Nitishai, and the Nearmite. The son of Midian were Ephah, Hanok, Abida, and Eldar. All they were descendants of Keturah. Abraham left everything he earned to Isaac. But while he was still living, he gave gifts to their sons and his concubines, and sent them away from his son Isaac to land of the east. Abraham lived 175 years. Then Abraham breathed his last and died at a good old age. An old man and full of years, and he was gathered to his people. His sons Isaac and Ishmael buried him in cave of Machpelah near Mamre, in the field of Hebron, son of Johar the Hittite. The field of Abraham were bought from the Hittites. The Abraham were buried with his wife Sarah. After Abraham's death, God blessed his son Isaac, so who then lived near Beer Laharoi. This is the account of the family life of Abraham's son Ishmael, who Sarah's slave Hagar, the Egyptian, bore to Abraham. This is the name of the sons of Ishmael, listed in the order of their birth. Nebaioth, the firstborn of Ishmael, Kedar, Abel, Misham, Mina, Dumar, Mashas, Hadad, Tamar, Jetur, Nephich, and Kedamar. These were the sons of Ishmael, and they are the names of the 12 tribal rulers according to their settlement and camps. Ishmael lived 137 years. He breathed his last and died, and he was gathered to his people. His descendants settled in the area from Havilah to Shur, near the eastern border of Egypt, as you go toward Ashur, and they live in hostility toward all the tribes related to them. This is the account of the family life of Abraham's son Isaac. Abraham became the father of Isaac. Isaac was 40 years old when he married Rebekah, daughter of Bethuel the Aramean from Padan Aram, and sister of Laban the Aramean. Isaac prayed the Lord on behalf of his wife, because she was childless. The Lord answered his prayer, and his wife Rebekah became pregnant. The babies jostled each other within her, and she said, "Why is this happening to me?" So she went to inquire of the Lord. The Lord said to her, "Two nations are in your womb, and two peoples from within you will be separated. One people will be stronger than the other, and the older will serve the younger." When the time came from her to give birth, there were twin boys in her womb. The first to come out was red, and his whole body was like a hairy garment. So the name him Esau. After that, his brother came out with his hand grasping Esau's hair. So he was named Jacob. Isaac was 60 years old when Rebekah gave birth to them. The boys grew up, and Esau became a skillful hunter, a man of the open country, while Jacob was content to stay at home among the tents. Isaac, who had a taste for wild game, loved Esau because Rebekah loved Jacob. Once, when Jacob was cooking some stew, Esau came in from the open country. Famished, he said to Jacob, "Quick, let me have some of that red stew." I famished. That is why he was also called Edom. Jacob replied, "First, show me your birthright. Look, I'm about to die." Esau said, "What good is the birthright to me?" But Jacob said, "Swear to me first." So he swore an oath to him, selling his birthright to Jacob. Then Jacob gave Esau some bread to some lentil stew. He ate and drank, and then got up and left. So Esau deprived his birthright.
Genesis 26. Now there were a famine in their land, beside the previous famine in Abraham's time. And Isaac went to Abimelech, king of Philistines in Gerar. The Lord appeared to Isaac and said, "Do not go down to Egypt. Live in the land where I tell you to live. Stay in the land for a while, and I will be with you and will bless you. For to you and your descendants I will give all the lands, and will confirm the oath I swore to your father Abraham. I will make your descendants as numerous as the stars in the sky, and I will give them all the lands. And through your offspring, all nations on earth will be blessed, because Abraham obeyed me and did everything I require of him, keeping my commands, my decrees, and my instructions." So Isaac stayed in Gerar. When the men of that place asked him about his wife, he said, "She my sister." Because he was afraid to say she my wife, he thought the men of the place might kill me on account of Rebekah, because she is beautiful. When Isaac had been there a long time, Abimelech, king of the Philistines, looked down from a window and saw Isaac caressing his wife Rebekah. So Abimelech summoned Isaac and said, "She is really your wife? Why did you say she is my sister?" Isaac answered him, "Because I thought I might lose my life on account of her." Then Abimelech said, What is it you have done to us? One of the men might well have slept with your wife, and you would have brought guilt upon us. So Abimelech gave order to all the people, anyone who harmed this man or his wife shall surely be put to death. Isaac planted crops in the land, and the same years reaped 100-fold, because the Lord blessed him. The man became rich, and his wealth continued to grow until he became very wealthy. He had so many flocks and herds and servants that the Philistines envied him. So all the wells that his father's servants had dug in the time of his father Abraham, the Philistines stored up, filling them with earth. Then Abimelech said to Isaac, "Move away from us. You have become too powerful for us." So Isaac moved away from there and encamped in a valley of Gerar, where he settled. Isaac reopened the wells that had been dug in the time of his father Abraham, which the Philistines had stopped up after Abraham died, and he gave them the same name his father had given them. Isaac's servant dug in the valley to discover a well of fresh water there, but the herd of Gerar quarreled with those of Isaac, said, "The water is ours." So the name of the well Eshek, because they disputed with him. Then they dug another well, but they quarreled over one also, so he named it Shinar. He moved on from there and dug another well, and no one quarreled over it. He named it Rehoboth, saying, "Now the Lord hath given us room, and we will flourish to the land." From there he went up to Beersheba. That night the Lord appeared to him and said, "I am the God of your father Abraham. Do not be afraid, for I am with you. I will bless you, and I will increase the number of your descendants for the sake of my servant Abraham." Isaac built an altar there and called on the name of the Lord. There be pitched his tent, and there his servant dug a well. Meanwhile Abimelech had come to him from Gerar with Ahushar, his personal advisor, and Phihol, the commander of his forces. Isaac asked them, "Why have you come to me? Since you were hostile to me or sent me away?" They answered, "We saw clearly that the Lord was with you, and so we set there out to be a sure agreement between us. Between us and you, let us make a treaty with you, that you will do us no harm, just as we did no harm you, but always treated you well and sent you away peacefully. And now you are blessed by the Lord." Isaac then made a feast for them, and they ate and drank. Early the next morning the men swore an oath to each other. Then Isaac sent them to their way, and they went away peacefully. That day Isaac's servants came to tell him about the well they had dug. They said, "We've found water." He called it Sheba, and to this day the name of town has been Beersheba. When Esau was 40 years old, he married Judith, daughter of Beri the Hittite, and also Basemath, daughter of Elon the Hittite. They were short of grief to Isaac and Rebekah. Genesis 27. When Isaac grew old and his eyes were so weak that he could no longer see, he called for Esau, his older son, and said to him, "My son." "Here I am," he answered. Isaac said, "I am now an old man and don't know the day of my death. Now then, get your equipment, your quiver and bow, and go out to the open country to hunt some wild game for me. Prepare me the kind of steady food I like and bring it to me to eat, so that I may give you my blessing before I die." Now Rebekah was listening as Isaac spoke to his son Esau. When Esau left for the open country to hunt game and bring it back, Rebekah said to her son Jacob, "Look, I overheard your father say to your brother Esau, 'Bring me some game and prepare me some tasty food to eat, so that I may give you my blessing in the presence of the Lord before I die.' Now, my son, listen carefully and do what I tell you. Go out to the flock and bring me 2 choice young goats, so I can prepare some tasty food for your father, just the way he likes it. Then take it to your father so that he may give you his blessing before he dies." Jacob said to Rebekah his mother, "But my brother Esau is a hairy man, while I have smooth skin. What if my father touches me? I could appear to be tricking him and could bring down a curse on myself rather than a blessing." His mother said to him, "My son, let the curse fall on me. Just do what I say. Go and get them for me." So he went and got them and brought them to his mother, and she prepared some tasty food, just the way his father liked it. Then Rebekah took the best clothes of Esau, her older son, which she had in the house, and put them on her younger son Jacob. She also covered his hands and the smooth part of his leg with the goat skins. Then they handed to her son Jacob the tasty food and the bread she had made. She went to his father and said, "My father." "Yes, my son," he answered. "Who is it?" Jacob said to his father, "I am Esau, your firstborn. I have done as you told me. Please sit up and eat some of my game, so that you may give me your blessing." Isaac asked his son, "How did you find it so quickly, my son?" "The Lord your God gave me success," he replied. Then Isaac said to Jacob, "Come near so I can touch you, my son. I know whether you really are my son Esau or not." Jacob went close to his father Isaac, who touched him and said, "The voice is the voice of Jacob, but the hand are the hand of Esau." He did not recognize him, for his hands were hairy like those of his brother Esau. So he proceeded to bless him. "Are you really my son Esau? Are you really my son Esau?" he asked. "I am," he replied. Then he said, "My son, bring me some of your game to eat, so that I may give you my blessing." Jacob brought it to him, and he ate. And he brought some wine, and he drank. Then his father Isaac said to him, "Come here, my son, and kiss me." So he went to him and kissed him. When Isaac caught the smell of his clothes, he blessed him and said, The smell of my son is like the smell of a field.
that the Lord hath blessed. May God give you heaven's dew, and earth richness, an abundance of grain and the new wine. May nations serve you, and peoples bow down to you. Be lords over your brothers, and may the sons of your mother bow down to you. May those who curse you be cursed, and those who bless you be blessed. After Isaac finished blessing him, and Jacob had scarcely left his father's presence, his brother Esau came in from hunting. He to prepare some tasty food and brought it to his father. Then he said to him, "My father, please sit up and eat some of my game, so that you may give me your blessing." His father Isaac asking him, "Who are you?" "I am your son," he answered, "your firstborn Esau." Isaac trembled violently and said, "Who were it then what hunted the game and brought it to me? I ate it just before you came, and I blessed him. And indeed he will be blessed." When Esau heard his father's words, he burst out with a loud and bitter cry and said to his father, "Bless me, me too, my father." But he said, "Your brother came deceitfully and took your blessing." Esau said, "Isn't he rightly named Jacob? Did either second time he taken advantage of me? He took my birthright, and now he taken my blessing." Then he asked, "Haven't you reserved any blessing for me?" Isaac answered Esau, "I have made him lord over you, and have made all his relatives his servant, and I have certain him with grain and the new wine. So what can I possibly do for you, my son?" Esau said to his father, Do you have only one blessing, my father?" "Bless to me, my father." Then Esau wept aloud. His father Isaac answered him, "Your dwelling will be away from the earth's richness, away from the dew of heaven above. You will live by the sword, and you will serve your brother. But when you grow restless, you will throw his yoke from off your leg." Esau held a grudge against Jacob because of the blessing his father had given him. He said to himself, "The day of mourning for my father are near, then I will kill my brother Jacob." When Rebekah was told what her older son Esau had said, she sent for her younger son Jacob and said to him, "Your brother Esau is planning to avenge himself by killing you. Now then, my son, do what I say. Flee at once to my brother Nabal in Haran. Stay with him for a while until your brother's fury subsides. When your brother is no longer angry with you and forgets what you did to him, I'll send word for you to come back from here. Why should I lose both of you in one day?" Then Rebekah said to Isaac, "I am degraded with living because of the Hittite woman. If Jacob take a wife from among the women of the land, from Hittite woman like thee, my life will not be worth living." Genesis 28. So Isaac called for Jacob and blessed him. Then he commanded him, "Do not marry a Canaanite woman. Go to once to Padan Aram, to the house of your mother's father Bethuel. Take a wife for yourself there, from among the daughters of Laban, your mother's brother. May God Almighty bless you, make your foot full, and increase your numbers, until you become a community of peoples. May He give you and your descendants the blessing given to Abraham, so that you may take possession of the land where you now reside as a foreigner, the land God gave to Abraham." Then Isaac sent Jacob on his way, and he went to Padan Aram, to Laban, son of Bethuel the Aramean, the brother of Rebekah, who was the mother of Jacob and Esau. Now Esau learned that Isaac had blessed Jacob and had sent him to Padan Aram to take a wife from there, and that when he blessed him and commanded him, "Do not marry a Canaanite woman," and that Jacob had obeyed his father and mother and has gone to Padan Aram. Esau then realized how displeasing the Canaanite woman were to his father Isaac. So he went to Ishmael and married Mahalat, the sister of Nebaioth, and the daughter of Ishmael, son of Abraham, in addition to the wife he already had. Jacob left Beersheba and set out to Haran. When he reached to a certain place, he stopped there for the night because the sun had set. Taking one of the stones there, he put it under his head and lay down to sleep. He had a dream in which he saw a stairway resting on the earth, which it stopped reaching to heaven, and the angel of God were ascending and descending on it. There above it stood the Lord, and he said, "I am the Lord, the God of your father Abraham and the God of Isaac. I will give you and your descendants the land on which you are lying. Your descendants will be like the dust of the earth, and you will spread out to the west and the east, to the north and the south. All the peoples on the earth will be blessed through you and your offspring. I am with you and will watch over you wherever you go, and I will bring you back to the land. I will not leave you until I have done what I have promised you." When Jacob awoke from his sleep, he thought, "Surely the Lord in this place, and I was not aware of it." He was afraid and said, "How handsome is this place! This is none other than the house of God. This is the gate of heaven." Early the next morning, Jacob took the stone he had placed under his head and set it up as a pillar, poured oil on top of it. He called that place Bethel, though the city used to be called Luz. Then Jacob made a vow, saying, "If God will be with me and will watch over me on this journey I am taking, I will give me food of it and clothes and to wear, so that I return safely to my father's household. Then the Lord will be my Lord, and this stone that I have set up as a pillar will be God's house, and of all that I give me, I will give you a tenth." Genesis 29. Then Jacob continued on his journey and came to the land of the eastern peoples. There he saw a well in the open country, with 3 flocks of sheep lying near it, because the flocks were water from that well. The stone over the mouth of the well as large when all the flocks were gathered there, and the shepherds would roll the stone away from the well's mouth and water the sheep. Then they would return the stone is placed over the mouth of the well. Jacob asked the shepherds, "My brothers, where are you from?" "We're from Haran," they replied. He said to them, "Do you know Laban, Nahor's grandson?" "Yes, we know him," they answered. Then Jacob asked them, "Is he well?" "Yes, he is," he said. "And here comes his daughter Rachel with the sheep." "Look," he said, "the sun is still high. Is it not the time for flocks to be gathered? Water the sheep and take them back to pasture." "We can't," they replied, "until all the flocks are gathered and the stone have been rolled away from the mouth of the well. Then we will water the sheep." While he was still talking with them, Rachel came with her father's sheep, for she was a shepherd. When Jacob saw Rachel's daughter in his uncle Laban, and the Laban's sheep, he went over to roll the stone away from the mouth of the well and water his uncle's sheep. Then Jacob kissed Rachel and began to weep aloud. He had told Rachel that he was a relative of her father and a son of Rebekah. So she ran to tell her father. As soon as Nabal heard the news about Jacob, his sister's son, he hurried to meet him. He embraced him and kissed him and brought him to his home. And there Jacob told him all these things. Then Nabal said to him, "You are my own flesh and blood." After Jacob had stayed with him for a whole month, Nabal said to him, "Just because you are a relative of mine, should you work for me for nothing? Tell me what your wage should be." Now Nabal has 2 daughters. The name of the older is Leah, and the name of the younger is Rachel. Leah had weak eyes, but Rachel had a lovely figure and were beautiful. Jacob were in the love with Rachel and said, "I'll work for you 7 years in return for your younger daughter Rachel." Nabal said, "It's better that I give her to you than to some other man. Stay here with me." So Jacob served 7 years to get Rachel. But they seemed like only a few days to him because of his love for her. Then Jacob said to Nabal, "Give me my wife. My time is completed, and I want to make love to her." So Nabal brought together all the people of the place to give a feast. But when evening came, he took his daughter Leah to brought her to Jacob, and Jacob made love to her. And Nabal gave his servant Zipporah to his daughter and her attendant. When morning came, they were near. So Jacob said to Nabal, "What is it you have done to me? I served you for Rachel, didn't I?" "Why have you deceived me?" Nabal replied. "It is not our custom here to give the younger daughter in marriage before the older one. Finish the daughter's bridal week, then we will give you to other ones also in return for another 7 years of work." And Jacob did so. He finished the week with Laban. And then Nabal gave him his daughter Rachel to his wife. Nabal gave his servant Bilhah to his daughter Rachel and her attendant. Jacob made love to Rachel also, and his love to Rachel was greater than his love to Leah. And he worked for Nabal another 7 years. When the Lord saw to Leah would not love, and he enabled her to conceive, but Rachel remained childless. Leah became pregnant and gave birth to a son. She named him Reuben, for she said, Is it because the Lord hath seen my misery? Surely my husband will love me more. She conceived again, and she gave birth to a son. She said, Because the Lord heard that I am not loved, he gave me the one too. So she named Simeon. Again she conceived, and when she gave birth to a son, she said, Now at last my husband will become attached to me, because I have borne him 3 sons. So he was named Levi. She conceived again, and when she gave birth to a son, she said, This is the time I will praise to the Lord. So she named him Judah. Then she stopped having children. Genesis 30. When Rachel saw that she was not bearing Jacob any children, she became jealous of her sisters. So she said to Jacob, Give me children, or I'll die. Jacob became angry with her and said, Am I in the place of God, who have kept you from having children? Then she said, Here is Bilhah, my servant. Sleep with her so that she can bear children for me, and I too can build a family through her. So she gave her servant Dinah as a wife. Jacob slept with her, and she became pregnant and bore him a son. Then Rachel said, God have vindicated me. He hath listened to my pleas and given me a son. Because of this she named him Dan. Rachel's servant Dinah conceived again and bore Jacob a second son. Then Rachel said, I have a great struggle with my sister, and I have won. So she named him Naphtali. When Leah saw that she had stopped having children, she took her servant Zilpah and gave her to Jacob as a wife. Leah's servant Zilpah bore Jacob a son. Then Leah said, God got fortune, so she named him Gad. Leah's servant Zilpah bore Jacob a second son. Then Leah said, How happy I am! The woman will call me happy. So she named him Asher. During wet harvest, Reuben went out into the fields and found some mandrake plants, which he brought to his mother Leah. Rachel said to Leah, Please give me some of your son's mandrakes. But she said to her, Wasn't it enough that you took away my husband? Will you take my son's mandrake too? Very well, Rachel said. He can sleep with you tonight in return for your son's mandrakes. So when Jacob came in from the fields that evening, Leah went out to meet him. So much sleep with me, she said. I have hired you for my son's mandrakes. So he slept with her that night. God listened to Leah, and she became pregnant and bore Jacob's fifth son. Then Leah said, God have rewarded me for giving my servant to my husband. So she named him Issachar. Leah conceived again and bore Jacob's sixth son. Then Leah said, God hath presented me with a precious gift. The time my husband will treat me with honor, because I have borne him 6 sons. So she named Jebulun. Some time later, she gave birth to a daughter and named her Dila. Then God remembered Rachel. He listened to her and able her to conceive. She became pregnant and gave birth to a son and said, God had taken away my disgrace. She named him Joseph and said, May the Lord add to me another son. After Rachel gave birth to Joseph, Jacob said to Laban, Send me on my way so I can go back to my own homeland. Give me my wives and my children, from whom I have served you, and I will be on my way. You know how much work I've done for you. But Nabal said to him, If I have found favor in your eyes, please stay. I have known by divination that the Lord has blessed me because of you. He added, Name your wages, and I will pay them. Jacob said to him, You know how I have worked for you and how your livestock have fared under my care. The little you have before I came here increased greatly, and the Lord have blessed you wherever I have been. But now, when may I do something for my own household? What shall I give you? He asked. Don't give me anything, Jacob replied. But if you will do this one thing for me, I will go on tending your flocks and watching over them. Let me go through all the flocks today and remove from them every speckless or spotted sheep, every dark-colored lamb, and every spotted or speckled goat. They will be my wages, and my honesty will testify for me in the future. Whenever you check on the wages you have paid me, any goat in my possession that is not speckled or spotted, or any lamb that not dark color, will be considered stolen. Agree, said Nabal. Let it be as you have said. That same day they removed all the male goats that were streaked or spotted, and all the speckled or spotted female goats, all that have white on them, and that all the dark-colored lambs, and they placed them in the care of his sons. Then he put a 3-day journey between himself and Jacob, while Jacob continued to tend to rest of the labor flocks. Jacob, however, took fresh cut branches from poplar, omal, and plant trees, and made white triple on them by peeling the bark and exposing the white inner wood of the branches. Then he placed the peeled branches in all the watering troughs, so that they could be directly in front of the flocks. When they came to drink, when the flocks were in haste to come to drink, they met in front of the branches, and they bore young that were trackless or speckless or spotted. Jacob set apart the young of the flock by themselves, but made the rest fade, the trackless and dark-colored animals that belonged to Nabal. Thus he made separate flocks for himself and did not put them with Nabal's animals. Whenever the stronger females were in herd,
Jacob could place the branches in the troughs in the front of the animal so they could mate near to branches. But if animal were weak, he could not place them there. So the weak animals went to Nabal and the strong ones into Jacob. In the way the man grew exceedingly prosperous and came to earn large flocks and female and male servants and camels and donkeys. Genesis 31. Jacob heard that Laban's sons were saying, Jacob has taken everything our father owned, and he gained all the wealth from what belonged to our father. And Jacob noted that Laban's attitude toward him was not what it had happened. It had been. Then the Lord said to Jacob, Go back to the land of your fathers and your relative, and I will be with you. So Jacob sent word to Rachel and Leah to come out to fields where his flocks were. He said to them, I see that your father's attitude toward me is not what it was before. But the God of my father has been with me. You know that I've worked for your fathers with all my strength. Yes, your father had cheated me by changing my waist 10 times. However, God has not allowed him to harm me. If he said, the speckled ones will be yours wages. Then all the flocks gave birth to the speckled young, and if they said to the trucked ones will be your waist, then all the flocks bore trucked young, so God have taken away from your father's livestock and has given them to me. In breeding season, I once had a dream in which I looked up and saw that the male goats mating with the flocks were speckled or spotted. The angel of God said to me in the dream, Jacob. I answered, Here I am. And he said, Look up and see that all the male goats mating with the flocks are speckled or spotted. For I have been all the labor has been doing to you, and the God of Bethel, where you anointed a pillar, and where you made a vow to me, now leave the land at once and go back to your native land. Then Rachel and Leah replied, Do we still have any share in the inheritance of our father's estate? Do he not regard us as foreigners? Not only have he sold us, but he have used up what were paid for us. Soon all the wealth that God took away from our father belonged to us and our children. So do whatever God have told you. Then Jacob put his children and his wife on camels, and he drove all his livestock ahead of him, along with all the goods that have accumulated in Padan Aram, to go to his father Isaac in the land of Canaan. When Nabal have gone to share his sheep, Rachel stole her father's household goods. Moreover, Jacob deceived Laban the Aramean by not telling him he was running away. So he fled with all the herd, crossed the Euphrates River, head for the hill country of Gilead. On third day, neighbors were told that Jacob had fled. Taking his relative with him, he pursued Jacob for 7 days and caught up him in the hill country of Gilead. Then God came to Nabal in Aramin in a dream at night and said to him, "Be careful not to say anything to Jacob, either God or good or bad." Jacob had pitched his tent in hill country of Gilead. When Nabal overtook him, and Nabal and his relative camped there too, then Nabal said to Jacob, "What you have done? You've deceived me and your carry of my daughter like captive in Gur. Why did you run off secretly and deceive me? Why didn't you tell me, so I could send you away with joy and singing to the music of tambourine and harp? You didn't even let me kiss my grandchildren and my daughter goodbye. You have done the foolish thing. I have the power to harm you, but last night the God of your father said to me, 'Be careful not to say anything to Jacob, either God, good or bad.' Now you have gone off because you long to return to your father's household. But why did you steal my gods?" Jacob answered Nabal, "I was afraid because I thought you could take your daughters away from me by force. But if you find anyone who have your gods, that person shall not live in the presence of our relatives. See for yourself whether there is anything of yours here with me, and if so, take it." Now Jacob did not know that Rachel had stolen the gods. So Nabal went into Jacob's tent, and into Leah's tent, and into the tent of 2 female servants. But he found nothing. After he came out of Leah's tent, he entered the Rachel tent. Now Rachel had taken the household gods and put them inside her camel's saddle and was sitting on them. Nabal searched through everything in the tent but found nothing. Rachel said to her father, "Don't be angry, my lord, that I cannot stand up in your presence. I have having my period." So he searched but could not find the household gods. Jacob grew angry, took Nabal to task. "What is my crime?" he asked Nabal. "How have I wronged you that you hunt me down? Now that you have searched through all my goods, what have you found that belongs to your household? Put it in the front of your relative and mine, and let them judge between the two of us. I have been with you for 12 years now. Your sheep and goats have not miscarried, nor have I eaten ram from your flocks. I did not bring you animals torn by the wild beasts. I brought them loose myself, and your demand payment from me for the whatever was stolen by day or night. This was my situation, that heat consumed me in the daytime and the cold at night, and sleep fled from my eyes. I would like this from the 12 years I was in your household. I worked for you 14 years for your 2 daughters and 6 years for your flocks, and you changed my ways 10 times. If the God of my father, the God of Abraham, and the fear of Isaac not have been with me, you would surely have sent me away empty-handed. But God have seen my hardship and the toil of my hands, and last night he rebuked you. Nabal answered Jacob, the women are my daughters, the children are my children, and the flocks are my flocks. All you see is mine. Yes, what can I do today about the daughters of mine, or about the children they have borne? Come now, let's make a covenant, you and I, and let it serve as a witness between us. Jacob took a stone and set it up as a pillar. He said to him, relative, gather some stone. So they took stone and pinned them in a heap, and they ate there by the heap. Nabal called it Jegar Sahadutha, and Jacob called it Genit. Nabal said, this heap is a witness between you and me today, that if one is called Genit, it will so call me Par, because he said, may the Lord keep watch between you and me when we are away from each other. If you mistreat my daughters, or if you take my wife beside my daughters, even though no one is with you, remember that God is witness between you and me. Nabal also said to Jacob, here is the heap, and here is the pillars I have set up between you and me. This heap is a witness, and the pillar is a witness, that I will not go past this heap and to your side to harm you, and that you will not pass this heap to pillar to my side to harm me. May the God of Abraham and the God of Nahor, the God of their father, judge between us. So Jacob took an oath in the name of the fear of his father Isaac. He offered a sacrifice there in the hill country and invited his relative to a meal. After they have eaten, they spent the night there. Early in the next morning, Nabal kissed his grandchildren and his daughter, blessed them. Then he left and returned home. Genesis 32. Jacob also went on his way, and the angels of the God met him. When Jacob saw them, he said, this is the camp of God. So he named that place Mahanaim. Jacob sent messengers ahead of him to his brothers Esau in the lands of Seir, the country of Edom. He instructed them, this is what you are saying to my lord Esau. Your servant Jacob say, I have been staying with Nabal and have remained there still now. I have cattle and donkey, sheep and goats, male and female servants. Now I'm sending this message to my lord, that I may find favor in your eyes. When the messengers returned to Jacob, they said, we went to your brother Esau, and now he is coming to meet you, and 400 men are with him. In great fear and distress, Jacob divided the people who were with him into the two groups, and the flocks and the herd and camel as well. He thought, if Esau comes to attack one group, the group that enough may escape. Then Jacob prayed, O God of my father Abraham, God of my father Isaac, Lord, you who said to me, go back to your country and your relative, I will make you prosper. I am unworthy of all the kindness and the faithfulness you have shown your servant. I had only my staff when I crossed the Jordan, but now I have become two camps. Save me, I pray, from the hand of my brother Esau, for I am afraid he will come and attack me, and also that my mother will their children. But you have said, I will surely make you prosperous,
and will make your descendant like the sand of the sea, which cannot be counted. He spent the night there, and from what he had with him, he selected a gift from his brother Esau, 200 female goats and 20 male goats, 200 ewes and 20 rams, 30 female camels with their young, 40 cows and 10 bulls, and 20 female donkeys and 10 male donkeys. He put them in the care of his servants, each herd by itself, and said to his servants, "Go ahead of me, and keep some space between the herds." He instructed the ones in the need. "When my brother Esau meets you and asks, 'Who do you belong to and where you are going, and who owned all the animal is fond of you,' then you are to say, 'They belong to your servant Jacob. They are the gifts sent from my Lord Esau, and he is coming behind us.'" He also instructed the second, the third, and all the others who follow the herd. "You are to say the same thing to Esau when you meet him, and be sure to say, 'Your servant Jacob is coming behind us.' For he thought, 'I will pacify him with their gift, and I am sending ahead later. When I see him, perhaps he will receive me.' So Jacob's gifts went on ahead of him, but he himself spent the night in the camp. That night Jacob got up and took his 2 wives, his 2 female servants, and his 11 sons, and crossed the ford of the Jabbok. After he had sent them across the stream, he sent over all his possessions. So Jacob was left alone, and a man wrestled with him till daybreak. When the man saw that he could not overpower him, he touched the socket of Jacob's hip, so that his hip was wrenched as the wrestled with the man. Then the man said, "Let me go, for it is daybreak." Jacob replied, "I will not let you go unless you bless me." Then the man asked him, "What is your name?" "Jacob," he answered. Then the man said, "Your name will no longer be Jacob, but Israel, because you have struggled with God and with humans and have overcome." Jacob said, "Please tell me your name." But he replied, "Why do you ask my name?" Then he blessed him there. So Jacob called the place Peniel, saying, "Is it because I saw God face to face, and yet my life was spared?" The sun rose above him as they passed Peniel, and he was limping because of his hip. Therefore, to this day, the Israelites do not eat the tendon attached to the socket to the hip, because the sockets of the hip were touched near the tendon. Jacob looked up, and there was Esau, coming with his 400 men. So he divided the children among Leah, Rachel, and the 2 female servants. He put the female servant their children in front, Leah and her children next, and Rachel and Joseph in the rear. He himself went on ahead and bowed down to ground 7 times as he approached his brother. But Esau ran to meet Jacob and embraced him. He threw his arms around his leg and kissed him, and they wept. Then Esau looked up and saw the woman of children. "Who are they with you?" he asked. Jacob answered, "They are the children God has graciously given your servant. Then the female servants and their children approached and bowed down. Like Leah and her children came and bowed down. Last of all came Joseph and Rachel, and they too bowed down. Esau asked, "What's the meaning of all the flocks and the herds I met? I find favor in your eyes, my lord," he said. But Esau said, "I already have plenty, my brother. Keep that you have for yourself." "No, please," said Jacob. "If I have found favor in your eye, accept the gift for me. For to see your face is like seeing the face of God. Now that you have received me favorably, please accept the present that were brought to you. For God has been gracious to me, and I have all I need." As because Jacob insisted, Esau accepted it. Then Esau said, "Let us be on your way, I'll accompany you." But Jacob said to him, "My lord, know that the children are tender, and that I must care for the wheels and the cow they are nursing their young. If they are driven hard just today, all the animal will die. So let my lord go on ahead of his servant, while I move along slowly at the pace of the flocks and the herds before me, and the pace of the children, until I come to my lord in Seir." Esau said, "Then let me leave some of my men with you." But why do that?" Jacob asked. "Just let me find favor in the eyes of my lord." So that the day started on his way back to Seir. Jacob, however, went to Sukkot, where he built a place for himself and made shelter for his livestock, and that's why the place is called Sukkot. After Jacob came from Padan Aram, he arrived safely at the city of Shechem in Canaan, and camped inside of the city. For the 100 pieces of silver he brought from the son of the Hamor, the father of Shechem, the plots of ground that were pitched in his tent. Then he set up the altar and called it El Elohe Israel. Genesis 34. Now Dinah, the daughter of Leah, had born to Jacob, went out to visit the woman of the land. When the Shechem son of Hamor, the Hivite, the ruler of the area, saw her, he took her and raped her. His hearts were drawn to Dinah, daughter of Jacob. He loved the woman and spoke tenderly to her. And Shechem said to his father Hamor, "Get me the girls as my wife." When Jacob heard that his daughter Dinah had been defiled, his sons were in the field with his livestock, so he did not think about it until they came home. Then Shechem father Hamor went out to talk with Jacob. Meanwhile, Jacob's sons have come in from the field. As soon as they heard that had happened, they were shocked and furious because Shechem had done an outrageous thing in Israel by the sleeping with Jacob's daughter, a thing that should not be done. But Hamor said to them, "My son Shechem has his heart set on your daughter. Please give her to him as his wife. Intermarry with us. Give us your daughter and take our daughter for ourselves. You can settle among us, and the land is open to you. Live in it, trade in it, and acquire property in it." Then Shechem said to Dinah's father and brother, "Let me find favor in your eyes, and I will give you whatever you ask. Make the price for the bride and the gift for I am to bring as great as you like, and I'll pay whatever you ask me. Only give me the young woman as my wife. Because their sister Dinah have been justified, Jacob's son replied deceitfully as they spoke to Shechem and his father Hamor. And they said to them, we can't do such a thing. We can't give our sister to a man who is not circumcised. That could be a disgrace to us. We will enter into the agreement with you on one condition only, that you become like us, but circumcising all your males. Then we will give you our daughters and take your daughter for ourselves. We'll settle among you and become your people with you. But if you not agree to be circumcised, we'll take our sister and go. Their proposal seemed good to Hamor and his son Shechem. The young man who wore the most honor of all the father's family lost no time in doing what they said, because he was united with the Jacob's daughter. So Hamor and his son Shechem went to the gate of their city to speak to the men of their city. The men of the friendly told us, they said, let them live in our land and trade in it. The land have plenty room for all them. We can marry their daughter and they can marry us. But the men will agree to live with us at the one only the condition that our males be circumcised, as they themselves are. Won't their livestock, their property, and all their other animals become ours? So let us agree to their term, and they will settle among us. All the men who went out the city gate agreed with Hamor and his son Shechem, and every male in the city was circumcised. 3 days later, while all of them were still in the pen, 2 of Jacob's sons, Simeon and Levi, Dinah's brothers, took their swords and attacked the unsuspecting city, killing every male. They put Hamor and his son Shechem to the sword and took Dinah from Shechem's house and left. The sons of Jacob came upon the dead bodies and looked at the city where their sister had been defiled. They seized their flock and herds and donkey and everything else of share in the city and out of the field. They carried off all that there were and all that their women, children, taking a plunder everything in their houses. Then Jacob said to Simeon and Levi, you have brought trouble on me by making me obnoxious to the Canaanite and the Perizzite, the people living in the land. We are few in number, and if they join forces against me and attack me, I and my household will be destroyed. But they replied, should he have treated our sister like a prostitute? Then God said to Jacob, go up to Bethel and settle there, and build an altar there to God, who appeared to you when you were fleeing from your brother Esau. So Jacob said to his household and to all they were with him, get rid of the foreign gods you have with you, and purify yourself and change your clothes. Then come, let us go up to Bethel, then I will build an altar to God. So answer me in the day of my distress, and who have been with me wherever I have gone. So they gave Jacob all the foreign gods they have, and rings in their ears, and Jacob buried them under the oak at the Shechem. Then they set out, and the terror of God fell on the town all around them. At once they pursued them.
Jacob and all the people with him came to lodge at Bethel in the land of Canaan. They had built an altar and they called the place of El Bethel, because it was that God revealed himself to him when he was fleeing from the brother. Now Deborah, Rebekah's nurse, died and was buried under the oak outside Bethel. So it was named Allul-Bachoth. After Jacob returned from the Padan Aram, God appeared to him again and blessed him. God said to him, "Your name is Jacob, but you will no longer be called Jacob. Your name will be Israel." So he named him Israel, and God said to him, "I am the God Almighty. Be fruitful and increase in numbers. A nation and a community of nations will come from you, and a king will be among your descendants. The land I gave to Abraham and Isaac, I also gave to you, and I will give the land to your descendants after you." Then God went up from him at the place where he had talked with him. Jacob set up a stone pillar at the place where God had talked with him, and he poured out a drink of offering on it. He also poured oil on it. Jacob called that place where God talking with him Bethel. When they moved on from Bethel, while they were still some distance from Ephrath, Rachel began to give birth a great difficulty. And as she was having great difficulty in her childbirth, the midwife said to her, "Don't despair, for you have another son." And he bred her last. As she breathed her last, for she dying, she named her son Ben-Oni, but his father named him Benjamin. So Rachel died and was buried on the way of Ephrath, that is Bethlehem. So over her tomb Jacob set up a pillar, and to this day that pillar marked Rachel's tomb. Israel moved on again and pitched his tent beyond Migdal Eder. While Israel was living in that region, Reuben went in there, slept with his father concubine Bilhah, and Israel heard of it. Jacob had 12 sons, the son of Leah: Reuben, firstborn of Jacob, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, and Zebulun; the son of Rachel, Joseph, and Benjamin; the son of Rachel's servant Bilhah, Dan and Naphtali; the son of Leah's servant Rilpah, Gad and Asher. They were the sons of Jacob. They were born to him in Padan Aram. Jacob came home to his father Isaac in Mamre near Kirith Arba, that is Hebron, where Abraham and Isaac had stayed. Isaac lived 180 years. Then he breathed his last and died, and was gathered to his people, old and full of the years. And his son Esau and Jacob buried him.
Genesis 36. This is the account of the family life of Esau. This is Edom. Esau took his wife from woman of Canaan, Ada, daughter of Elon the Hittite, and Oholibamah, daughter of Anna and granddaughter of Gibeon the Havite. Also Bathsheba, daughter of Ishmael and sister of Nebaioth. Ada bore Eliphaz to Esau. Bishama bore Ruel, and Oholibamah bore Jost, Jalam, and Korah.
There were the sons of Esau, who were born to him in Canaan. Esau took his wives and sons and daughters and all the members of his household, as well as his livestock and all his other animals and all the goods he had acquired in Canaan, and moved to a land some distance from the brother Jacob. Their possessions were too great for them to remain together. The land where they were staying could not support them both because of their livestock. So Esau died in Edom, settled in the hill country of Seir. This is the account of the family life of Esau, the father of the Edomites in the hill country of Seir. There are the name of Esau's son Eliphaz, the son of Esau's wife Adah, and Reuel, the son of Esau's wife Basemath, the son of Eliphaz, Teman, Omar, Rephor, Gatan, and Karna. Esau's son Eliphaz also have a concubine named Timah, who bore him Amalek. There were grandsons of Esau's wife Adah. The son of Reuel, Nahath, Zerah, Shamar, and Mizar. There were the grandsons of Esau's wife Basemath. The son of Esau's wife Oholibamah, daughter of Amar, and granddaughter of Zibeon, who she bore to Esau, Josh, Jalam, and Korah. There were of Sheph among Esau's descendants. The son of Eliphaz, the firstborn of Esau, Sheph, Teman, Omar, Jephthah, Kenar, Korah, Gatam, and Amalek. The other were Sheph, descended from Eliphaz in Edom. They were grandsons of Adah. The son of Esau's son Reuel, Sheph, Nahath, Zerah, Shamar, and Mizrah. There were the Sheph descent from Reuel in Edom. They were grandsons of Esau's wife Basemath. The son of Esau's wife Oholibamah, Sheph, Josh, Jalam, and Korah. There were the Sheph descent from Esau's wife Oholibamah, daughter of Anna. There were the sons of Esau that in Edom, and they were their Shephs. There were the sons of Shear, the Horite, who were living in the region: Lotan, Shobah, Gibeon, Anna, Dishan, Ezer, and Dishan. They the son of Shear in Edom. They were Horite, Sheph. The son of Lotan, Hori, and Homan, Timnah, were Lotan's sister. The son of Shobah, Anvan, Mahanahath, Elba, Shephor, and Onam. The son of Gibeon, Ayar, and Anna. This is the Anna who discovered the hot springs in the desert while he was grazing the donkeys of his father Gibeon. The children of Anna, Dishon, and Oholibamah, daughter of Anna, the son of Dishon, Hendan, Ashban, Ethan, the Keran, the son of Erah, Bithan, Zarvan, and Akan, the son of Dishan, Uz, and Aran. There were the Horite, Sheph, Lotan, Shobah, Gibeon, Anna, Dishon, Ezer, and Dishan. They were the Horite, Sheph, according to their divisions in the land of Shear. They were the king of range in Edom before any Israelite king reigned. Bela, son of Beor, became king of Edom. His city was named Dibhaba. When Bela died, Jobah, son of Jeba from Bosha, succeeded him as king. When Jobah died, Hasham from the land of the Temanite succeeded him as king. When Husham died, Hadad, son of Bedad,
who defeated Midian in the country of Moab, succeeded him as king. His city named Avith. When Hadad died, Shalla from Mashakah succeeded him as king. When Shalom died, Shaul from Rehoboth on the river succeeded him as king. When Shaul died, Baal-Hanan, son of Akbor, succeeded him as king. When Baal-Hanan, son of Abog, died, Hadad succeeded him as king. His city named Paul, and his wife named Mehetabel, daughter of Madrid, the daughter of Mezahar. There were the chief of descendants from Esau, the name according of their clan and region: Timar, Anva, Jethet, Oholibamah, Ela, Pinon, Kanar, Tema, Mira, Madiar, and Iram. There were the chief of Edom according to their settlement in the land of the Korab, did the family line of Esau, the father of the Edomite. Jacob lived in the land where his father had stayed, the land of Canaan. Did the account of Jacob's family life. Joseph, a young man of 17, was tending the flocks with his brother, the son of Bela and the son of Ziplah, his father's wife, and he brought their father to bear report about them. Now Israel loved Joseph more than any of his other sons, because he had been born to him in his old age, and he made an ornate robe for him. When brothers saw that their father loved him more than any of them, they hated him and could not speak a kind word to him. Joseph had a dream, and when he told it to his brother, they hated him all the more. He said to them, "Listen to my dream I had. We were biting sheaves of grain out of the field, when suddenly my sheaf rose and stood upright, while your sheaf gathered around mine and bowed down to it." His brother said to him, "Do you intend to reign over us? Will you actually rule us?" And they hated him all the more because of his dream and what he said. Then he had another dream, and he told it to his brother. "Listen," he said, "I have another dream." And it came to sun and moon and 11 stars were bowed down to me. When he told his father as well as his brothers, his father rebuked him and said, "What is the dream you had? Will your mother and I, your brothers, actually come and bow down to the ground before you?" His brothers were jealous of him, but his father kept the matter in mind. Now his brother had gone to graze his father's flocks near Shechem, and Israel said to Joseph, "As you know, your brother is grazing the flocks near Shechem. Come, I'm going to send you to them." "Very well," he replied. So he said to him, "Go and see if all is well with your brother and with the flocks, and bring word back to me." Then he sent him off from the vineyard of Hebron. When Joseph arrived at Shechem, a man found him wandering around in the fields and asked him, "What are you looking for?" He replied, "I'm looking for my brothers. Can you tell me where they are grazing their flocks? They have moved on from here." The man answered, "I heard them say, 'Let's go to Dothan.'" So Joseph went after his brothers and found them near Dothan. But they saw him in the distance, and before he reached them, they plotted to kill him. "Here comes the dreamer," they said to each other. "Come now, let's kill him and throw him into one of the cisterns in the sty. In the fairest animal devours him, and they will see what that come of his dream." When Reuben heard it, he tried to rescue him from their hands. "Let not take his life," he said, "Don't show," and blood threw him into the cistern here in the wilderness where to lay him on. But don't lay a hand on him. Reuben said to David, "Rescue him from them and take him back to his father." So when Joseph came to his brothers, they stripped him in his robe and ornate the robe he were wearing, and they took him into the cistern. In the cistern was empty, and there were no water there. And they sat out their meal, and they looked up to shore a caravan of Ishmaelite coming from Gilead. Their camels were loaded with the spices, balm, and myrrh, and they were on the way to take them down to Egypt. Judah said to his brother, "What will we gain if we kill our brother and cover up his blood? Come, let's sell him to the Ishmaelites and not lay our hand on him. After all, he is our brother, our own flesh and blood." His brother agreed. So when the Midianite merchant came by, his brother pulled Joseph up from the cistern and sold him for 20 shekels of silver to the Ishmaelites who took him to Egypt. When Reuben returned to the cistern and saw that Joseph not there, he tore his clothes. He went back to his brother and sisters. His brother and said, "The boy isn't there. Where can I turn now?" Then they got Joseph's robe, slaughtered a goat, and dipped the robe in the blood. They took the honor robe back to their father and said, "We found it. Examine it and see what is your son's robe." He recognized it and said, "It is my son's robe. Some ferocious animal have devoured him. Joseph has surely been torn to pieces." Then Jacob torn his clothes, put on sackcloth, and mourned for his son many days. All his sons and daughters came to comfort him, but he refused to be comforted. "No," he said, "I will continue more until I join my son in the grave." So his father wept for him. Meanwhile, the Midianites sold Joseph in Egypt to Potiphar, one of the Pharaoh officials, the captain of the war.
At the time, Judah left his brothers and went down to stay with a man of Adullam named Hira. There Judah met the daughter of a Canaanite man named Shur. He married her and made love to her. She became pregnant and gave birth to a son who was named She conceived again and gave birth to a son named him Onan. She gave birth to still another son and named him Shelah. It was at Kazit that she gave birth to him. Judah got a wife for his firstborn, and her name was Tamar. But Judah's firstborn, was wicked in the north side, so the Lord put him to death. Then Judah said to Onan, "Sleep with your brother's wife, and fulfill your duty to her as a brother-in-law to raise up offspring for your brother." But Onan knew that the child could not be his, so whenever he slept with his brother's wife, he spilled his semen on the ground to keep from providing offspring for his brother. What he did was wicked in the Lord's sight, so the Lord put him to death also. Judah's
then said to his daughter-in-law Tamar, "Live as a widow in your father's household until my son Shelah grow up, for he thought he might die too, just like his brothers." So Tamar went to live in her father's household. After a long time, Judah's wife, the daughter of Shur, died. When Judah had recovered from his grief, he went up to Timnath to the men who were shearing his sheep, and his friend Hira the Adullamite went with him. When Tamar was told, Your father-in-law is on his way to Timnath to shear his sheep, she took off her widow's clothes, covered herself with a veil to disgrace herself, and then sat down at the entrance to Enam, which is on the road to Tamar. For she saw that Shelah has now grown up. She had not been given to him as his wife. When Judah saw her, he thought she was a prostitute, for she had covered her face, not realizing that she was his daughter-in-law. He went over to her by the roadside and said, "Come now, let me sleep with you." "And what will you give to me sleep with you?" she asked. "I'll send you a young goat from my flock," he said. "Will you give me something as a pledge until you send it?" she asked. He said, "What pledge should I give you?" "Your seal and its cord, and the staff in your hand," she answered. So he gave them to her and slept with her, and she became pregnant by him after she left. She tore off her veil and put on her widow's clothes again. Meanwhile, Judah sent the young goat by his friend the Adullamite in order to get his pledge back from the woman, but he did not find her. He asked the men who lived there, "Where is the Shirem prostitute who were beside the road of Enon?" "There haven't been any Shirem prostitute here," they said. So he went back to Judah and said, "I didn't find her." Besides, the men who live there said, "There hasn't been any shrink prostitutes here." Then Judah said, "Let her keep what she has, or we will become a laughing stock. After all, I just sent her this young goat, but you didn't find her." About 3 months later, Judah was told, "Your daughter-in-law Tamar is guilty of prostitution, and as a result, she is now pregnant." Judah said, "Bring her out and have her burned to death." And she was being brought out, and she sent a message to her father-in-law. "I am pregnant by the man who earned these," she said to she added. "And see if you recognize who shield and cord and staff these are." Judah recognized them and said, "She is more righteous than I, since I couldn't give her to my son Shelah." And she did not sleep with her again. When the time came for her to give birth, there were twin boys in her womb. As she was giving birth, one of them put out his hand, so the midwife took a scarlet thread and tied it on his waist and said, Did you one came out first? But when he drew back his hand, his brother came out, and she said, So did a house you have broken out. And he would name Pere. Then his brother, who have the scarlet thread on his waist, came out, and he would name Zerah. Genesis 39. Now Joseph had been taken down to Egypt. Potiphar, an Egyptian who were one of Pharaoh's officials, the captain of the guard, bought him from the Ishmaelites who have taken him there. The Lord worked with Joseph so that he prospered, and he lived in the house of his Egyptian master. When his master saw that the Lord worked with him and that the Lord gave him succeed in everything he did, Joseph found favor in his eye and became his attendant. Potiphar put him in charge of his household, and he entrusted to his care everything he earned. From the time he put him in charge of his household and all of that he earned, the Lord blessed the household of the Egyptian because of Joseph. The blessing of the Lord grew on everything Potiphar had, but both in the house and in the field. So Potiphar left everything he had in Joseph's care. With Joseph in charge, he did not concern himself with anything except the food he ate. Now Joseph was well built and handsome. And after a while, his master's wife took notice of Joseph and said, Come to bed with me. But he refused with me in charge. He told her, My master did not concern himself with anything in the house. Everything he earns, he have entrusted to my care. But no one is greater in this house than I am. My master have withheld nothing from me except you, but you are his wife. Now, because you are his wife, how then could I do such a wicked thing and sin against God? Now, thought she spoke to Joseph day after day. He refused to go to bed with her or even be with her. One day, he went into the house to attend to his duties, and none of the household servants were inside. She caught him by his clothes and said, Come to bed with me. But he left his clothes in her hand and ran out of the house. When she saw that he had left his cloak in her hand and had run out of the house, she called her household servants. Look, she said to them, his brew has been brought to us to make sport of us. He came in here to sleep with me, but I screamed. When he heard my scream for help, he left his clothes beside me and ran out of the house. She kept the clothes beside her until his master came home. Then she told him his story. That Hebrew slave you brought us came to me and made sport of me. But as soon as I screamed for help, he left his cloak beside me and ran out of the house. When his master heard the story, his wife told him, saying, "Did you how your slave treated me?" He burned with anger. Joseph's mother took him and put him in the prison, the place where the king's prisoners were confined. But while Joseph was there in the prison, the Lord was with him. He showed him kindness and granted him favor in the eyes of the prison warden. So the warden put Joseph in charge of all the hell in the prison, and he was made responsible for all that was done there. Then warden paid no attention to anything under Joseph's care, because the Lord was with Joseph and gave him success in whatever he did.
Genesis 40. Sometime later, the cupbearer and the baker of the king of Egypt offended their master, the king of Egypt. Pharaoh was angry with his two officers, the chief cupbearer and the chief baker, and put them in custody in the house of the captain of the guard, in the same prison where Joseph was confined. The captain of the guard assigned them to Joseph, and he attended them. After they have been in custody for some time, each of the two men, the cupbearer and the baker of the kings of Egypt, who were being held in prison, had a dream the same night, and each dream had a meaning of its own. When Joseph came to them the next morning, he saw that they were dejected. So he asked Pharaoh's officers who were in custody with him in his master's house, "Why do you look so sad today?" "We both had dreams," they answered, "but there is no one to interpret them." Then Joseph said to them, "Do not interpretations belong to God? Tell me your dreams." So the chief cupbearer told Joseph his dream. He said to him, "In my dream I saw a vine in front of me, and on the vine were 3 branches. So as soon as it budded, it blossomed, and its clusters ripened into grapes. Pharaoh's cup were in my hand, and I took a grapes, squeezed them into Pharaoh's cup, and put the cup in his hand. Did he what it means?" Joseph said to him, "The 3 branches are 3 days. Within 3 days, Pharaoh will lift up your head and restore you to your position. And you will put Pharaoh's cup in his hand, just as you used to do when you were his cupbearer. But when all guns were with you, remember me and show me kindness. Mention me to Pharaoh and get me out of this prison. I will forcibly carry off from the land of the Hebrews, and even here I have done nothing to deserve being put in a dungeon. When the cupbearer saw that Joseph had given a favorable interpretation, he said to Joseph, "I too have a dream. On my head were 3 baskets of bread. In the top of baskets were all kinds of baked goods for Pharaoh, but the birds were eating them out of the basket on my head. This is what meaning, Joseph said. The 3 baskets are 3 days. Within 3 days, Pharaoh will eat of your head and implant your body on a pole, and the birds will eat away your flesh. Now the 3rd day was Pharaoh's birthday, and he gave a feast for all his officers. He knitted up the heads of the chief cupbearer and the chief baker in the presence of his officers. He restored the chief cupbearer, the chef cupbearer, to his position, so that he once again put the cup into Pharaoh's hand. But the implant the chef baker, just as Joseph had said to them in his interpretation. The chef cupbearer, however, did not remember Joseph. He forgave him. When 2 full years have passed, Pharaoh had a dream. He was standing by the Nile when out of the river there came up 7 cows, sleek and fat, and they gathered among the reed after them. 7 other cows, ugly and gaunt, came up out of the Nile and stood beside on the river bank. And the cows that were ugly and gaunt ate up the 7 sleek, fast cows. Then Pharaoh woke up. He fell asleep again, and he had the second dream. 7 heads of grain, healthy and good, were growing on the single stalk. After them, 7 other heads of grain, spotted, thin, and scorched by the east wind. The thin heads of grains swallow up the 7 healthy, full head. Then Pharaoh woke up. It had been a dream. In the morning his mind was troubled. So he sent for all the magicians and the wise men of Egypt. Pharaoh told them his dream, but no one could interpret them for him. Then the chef cupbearer said to Pharaoh, "Today I am reminded of my shortcoming." Pharaoh was once angry with his servants, and he imprisoned me and the chef baker in the house of the captain of the guard. Each of us have a dream have same night, and each dream have meaning of its own. But a young Hebrew were there with us, a servant of captain of the guard. He told him our dreams, and he interpreted them to us, giving each man the interpretation of his dream. And things turned out exactly as he interpreted them to us. I will restore my position, and the other man's were impaled. So Pharaoh sent for Joseph, and he was quickly brought from the dungeon. When he had saved and
changed his clothes, he came before Pharaoh. Pharaoh said to Joseph, I have a dream, and no one can interpret it. But I have heard it said of you that when you heard a dream, you can interpret it. I cannot do it, Joseph replied to Pharaoh. But God will give Pharaoh the answer he desires. Then Pharaoh said to Joseph, In my dream I was standing on the bank of the Nile. When out of the river there came up 7 cows, fat and sleek, and they grazed among the reeds. After them 7 other cows came up, scrawny and very ugly and lean. I have never seen such ugly cows in all the land of Egypt. The lean, ugly cows ate up the 7 fat cows that came up first. But even after they ate them, no one could tell that they have done so. They looked just as ugly as before. Then I wake up. In my dream, I saw 7 heads of grain, full and good, growing on a single stalk. After them 7 other heads sprouted, with wither and thin and scorched by the east wind. The thin heads of grain swirled up the 7 good heads. I told it to the magician, but none of them could explain it to me. Then Joseph said to Pharaoh, The dreams of Pharaoh are once and the same. God had revealed to Pharaoh what he is about to do. The 7 good cows are 7 years, and the 7 good heads of grain are 7 years. It is one and the same dream. The 7 lean, ugly cows that came up afterward are 7 years, and so are the 7 worthless heads of grain scorched by the east wind. They are 7 years of famine. It is just as I said to Pharaoh. God have shown Pharaoh what he is about to do. 7 years of great abundance are coming throughout the land of Egypt. But 7 years of famine will follow them. Then all the abundance in Egypt will be forgotten, and the famine will ravage the land. The abundance in the land will not be remembered, because the famine that follows will be so severe. The reason the dream was given to Pharaoh in 2 forms is that the matter has been firmly decided by God, and God will do it soon. And now let Pharaoh look for a discerning and wise man to put him in charge of the land of Egypt. Let Pharaoh appoint commissioners over the land to take a fifth of the harvest of Egypt during the 7 years of abundance. They should collect all the food of the good years.
that are coming and store up the grain under the authority of Pharaoh, to be kept in the cities for food. These foods should be held in the reserve for the country, to be used during the 7 years of famine that will come upon Egypt, so that the country may not be ruined by the famine. The plan seemed good to Pharaoh and to all his officials. So Pharaoh asked them, "Can we find anyone like this man, one in whom is the Spirit of God?" Then Pharaoh said to Joseph, "Since God hath made all this known to you, there is no one so discerning and wise as you. You shall be in charge of my palace, and all my people are to submit to your order. Only with respect to the throne will I be greater than you." So Pharaoh said to Joseph, "I hereby put you in charge of the whole land of Egypt." Then Pharaoh took his signet ring from his finger and put it on Joseph's finger. He dressed him in robes of fine linen and put a gold chain around his leg. He had him ride in a chariot as his second in command, and the people shouted before him, "Make way!" Thus he put him in charge of the whole land of Egypt. Then Pharaoh said to Joseph, "I am Pharaoh, but without you, no one will lift hand or foot in all Egypt." Pharaoh gave Joseph the name Darphaneth Paner, and gave him Asenath, daughter of Potiphar, priest of On, to be his wife. And Joseph went throughout the land of Egypt. Joseph was 30 years old when he entered the service of the Pharaoh, king of Egypt. And Joseph went out from Pharaoh's presence and traveled throughout Egypt. During the 7 years of abundance, the land produced plentifully. Joseph collected all the food produced in those 7 years of abundance in Egypt, and stored it in the cities. In each city he put the food ground in the fields surrounding it. Joseph stored up huge quantities of grain, like the sand of the sea. It was so much that he stopped keeping record because it grew beyond measure. Before the years of famine came, 2 sons were born to Joseph by Asenath, daughter of Potiphar, priest of On. Joseph named his firstborn Manasseh, and said, "It became God hath made me forget all my trouble and all my father's household." The second son named Ephraim, and said, "It is because God hath made me fruitful in the land of my suffering." The 7 years of abundance in Egypt came to an end, and the 7 years of famine began. Just as Joseph had said, there were famine in all in the other lands, but in the whole land of Egypt there was food. When all Egypt began to feel the famine,
The people cried to Pharaoh for food. Then Pharaoh told all the Egyptians, "Go to Joseph and do what he tells you." When the famine had spread over the whole country, Joseph opened all the storehouses and sold grain to the Egyptians. For the famine was served throughout Egypt, and all the world came to Egypt to buy grain from Joseph, because the famines were served everywhere.
When Jacob learned that there were grain in Egypt, he said to his sons, "Why do you just keep looking at each other?" He continued, I have heard that there are grains in Egypt. Go down there and buy some for us, so that we may live and not die." Then 10 of Joseph's brothers went down to buy grains from Egypt. But Jacob did not send Benjamin, Joseph's brother, with the other, because he was afraid that harm might come to him. So Israel's son was among them who went to buy grain, for there were famines in the land of Canaan. Now Joseph was the governor of the land, the persons who sold grain to all its people. So when Joseph's brother arrived, they bowed down to him with their face on the ground. As soon as Joseph saw his brother, he recognized them, but he pretended to be a stranger and spoke harshly to them. "Where do you come from?" he asked. "From the land of Canaan," they replied, "to buy food." Although Joseph recognized his brother, they did not recognize him. Then he remembered his dream about them and said to them, "You are spies. You have come to see where my lands are unprotected." "No, my lord," they answered, "the servants have come to buy food." "We were all the sons of one man. Your servants are honest men, not spies." "No," he said to them, "you have come to see where our land is unprotected." But they replied, "Your servants were 12 brothers, the sons of one man, who live in the land of Canaan. The youngest is now with my father, and the one in no more." Joseph said to them, "Is it just as I told you? You are spies, and this is how you will be tested. As soon as Pharaoh lives, you will not leave the place unless your youngest brother come here. Send one of your number to get your brothers. The rest of you will be kept in prison, so that your good may be tested to see if you are telling the truth. If you are not, then as soon as Pharaoh leaves, you are a spy." And he put them all in their custody for 3 days. On the third day, Joseph said to them, "Do it, and you will live, for I fear God. If you are honest man, let one of your brothers stay here in prison, while the rest of you go to the take grain back for a starving household. But you must bring your youngest brother to me, so that your words may be verified, and that you may not die." Did they proceed to do? They said to another, "Surely we are being punished because of our brother. We saw how distressed he was, and he pleaded with us for his life, but we would not listen. That's why the distress had come on us." Reuben replied, "Didn't I tell you not to sin against the boy? But you couldn't listen. Now we must give an accounting for his blood. They did not realize that Joseph could understand them. Since he was using an interpreter, he returned away from them and began to weep. But then came back, he spoke to them again. He had to Simeon taken from them and bowed before their eyes. Joseph gave orders to fill their bag with grain, to put each man's silver bag in his sack, and to give them provision for their journey. After this was done for them, they loaded their grain on their donkey and left. At the place where they stopped for the night, one of them opened his sack to get feed for the donkey, and he saw his silver in the mouth of the sack. "My silver has been returned," he said to his brother. "Here it is my sack." Their hearts sank, and they turned to each other trembling and said, "Was it that God had done to us?" When they came to their father Jacob in the land of Canaan, and they told him all that had happened to them, they said, "The man who is Lord over the land spoke harshly to us and treated us as though we were spying on the land. But we said to him, 'We are honest men, we are not spies. We are the 12 brothers, son of one father, and is no more. And the youngest is now with our father in Canaan.' Then the man who is Lord over on the land said to us, 'This is the house I will know whether you are honest men. Leave one of your brothers here with me, and take food for your starving household and go. But bring your youngest brother to me, as I will know that you are not spies at the honest men's. Then I will give your brother back to you, and you can judge in the land.' As they were emptying their sack, they in each man's sack were in the pouch of silver. When they and their father saw the money purchased, they were frightened. Their father Jacob said to them, 'You have deprived me of my children. Joseph is no more, and Simeon is no more too. Is no more, and now you want to take Benjamin. Everything is against me.' Then Reuben said to his father, 'Do not put both my sons to death if I do not bring him back to you. Entrust him to my care, and I will bring him back.' But Jacob said, 'My son will not go down there with you. His brother is dead, and he is the only one left. If harm comes to you on the journey you are taking, you will bring my gray heart down to the grave in the sorrow.'" Genesis 43. Now the famine was still served in the land. So when they have eaten all the grain they have brought from Egypt, their father said to them, "Go back and buy us a little more food." But Judah said to him, "The man were us solemnly. You will not see my face. Do not see my face again unless you bring your brother with you. If you will send our brother along with us, we will go down to buy food for you. But if you not send him, we will not go down, because the man said to us, 'You will not see my face again unless you bring your brother with you.' Israel asked, 'Why did you bring the trouble to me by telling the man you have another brother?' They replied, 'The man questioned us closely about ourselves and our family. Is your father still living?' He asked us, 'Do you have any brother?' We simply answered his questions. How were we to know? He would say, 'Bring your brother down here.' Then Joseph said to Israel, 'His father sent the boy along with me, and we will go at once, so that we and you and our children may live and not die.' I myself will guarantee his safety. You can hold me personally responsible for him. If I do not bring him back to you and set him here before you, I will bear the blame before you all my life, as it is. If we have not denied, we could have gone to return twice. Then their father Israel said to them, If I must be, then do that. Put some of best products of the land in your bags, and take them down to the man as a gift, a little balm and a little honey, some pieces of myrrh, some precious nuts and almond. Take double the amount of the silver with you, for you must return the silver were put back into the mouth of your shacks. Perhaps it were a mistake. Take your brother also and go back to the man at once, and may God Almighty grant you mercy before the man, so that he will let your other brother and Benjamin come back with you. As for me, if I am brief, I am brief. So the man took the gift and double the amount of the silver, and Benjamin also. They hurried down to Egypt and presented themselves to Joseph. When Joseph saw Benjamin with them, he said to the ruler of his house, Take the men to my house, slaughter an animal and prepare a meal. They are to eat with me at noon. The man did as Joseph told him and took the man to Joseph's house. Now the men were frightened. When they were taken to his house, they thought, We were brought here because of the silver that were put back into our sack. And the first time he wants to attack us and overpower us, unseat us as slaves, and take our donkey. So they went up to Joseph's stable and spoke to him at the entrance to their house. We beg your pardon, our Lord, they said. We came down here the first time to buy food, but at the place where we stopped for the night, we opened our sacks, and each of us found his silver, the exact weight, in the mouth of his sack. So we have brought addition back with you, and we have also brought additional silver with us to buy food. We do know who put our silver to our sack. It's all right, he said. Don't be afraid. Your God, the God of your father, had given you treasure in your sacks. I received your silver. Then he brought Simeon out to them. The steward took the man into Joseph's house, gave them water to wash their feet, and provide fodder for their donkeys. They prepared the gift for Joseph's arrival at noon, because they have heard that they were to eat there. When Joseph came home, they prepared to him the gift that had brought into the house, and they bowed down before him on the ground. He asked them how they were, and then he said, However is your late father you told me about? Is he still living? They replied, Your servant, our father, is still alive and well. And they bowed down, prostrating themselves before him. As he looked about and saw his brother Benjamin, his own mother's son, he asked, Is he your youngest brother, the one you told me about? And he said, God be gracious to you, my son. Deeply moved at the sight of his brother, Joseph hurried out and looked for a place to weep. He went into the private room and wept there. After he had washed his face, he came out and, controlling himself, said, Serve the food. Then they serve him by himself, the brothers by themselves, and the Egyptians who ate with him by themselves, because Egyptians could not eat with Hebrew, for that is detestable to Egyptians. The man had been seated before him in the order of their age, from the firstborn to the youngest. And they look at each other in astonishment. When portions were served to them from Joseph's table, Benjamin's portion were 5 times as much as anyone else. So they feasted and drank freely with him.
Genesis 44. Now Joseph gave the instructions to the steward of his house, fill the men's sacks with as much food as they can carry, and put each man's silver in their mouth of his sack. Then put my cup, the silver one, on the mouth of the youngest one's sack, along with the silver for his grain. And he did as Joseph said. As morning dawned, the men were sent on their way with their donkeys. They had not gone far from the city when Joseph said to his steward, "Go after the men at once, and when you catch up with them, say to them, 'Why have you repaid good with evil? Isn't it the cup of my master drinks from, and also used for divination? This is the wicked thing you have done.'" When he caught up with them, he repeated these words to them. But they said to him, "Why does my Lord say such things? Far be it from your servants to do anything like that. We even brought back to you from the land of Canaan in the silver we found inside the mouths of our sacks. So why could we steal silver or gold from your master's house? If any of your servants is found to have it, he will die, and the rest of us will become my Lord's slave." "Very well then," he said. "Let it be as you said. Whoever is found to have it will be my slave, and rest of you will be free from blame." Each of them quickly lowered his sack to the ground and opened it. Then the steward proceeded to search, beginning with the oldest and ending with the youngest. And the cup was found in the Benjamin's sack. At this, they tore their clothes. Then they all loaded their donkeys and returned to the city. Joseph was still in the house when Judah and his brothers came in, and they threw themselves in the ground before him. Joseph said to them, "What is you have done? Don't you know that a man like me can find things out by divination?" "What can we say to my Lord?" Judah replied. "What can we say? How can we prove our ignorance? God have uncovered your servant's guilt. We are now my Lord's slaves. We ourselves and the one who were found to have the cup." But Joseph said, "Far be it from me to do such a thing. Only the man who were found to have the cup will become my slave. The rest of you go back to your father in peace." Then Judah went up to him and said, "Pardon your servant, my lord. Let me speak a word to my lord. Do not be angry with your servant. Thou thought you are equal to Pharaoh himself." My lord asked his servants, "Do you have a father or brother?" And we answer, "We have an aged father, and there is a young son born to him in his old age. His brother is dead, and he is the only one of his mother's son left, and his father loved him." Then you said to your servants, "Bring him down to me so I can see him for myself." And we said to my lord, "The boy cannot leave his father. If he leaves him, his father will die." But you told your servants, "Unless your youngest brother comes down with you, you will not see my face again." When we went back to your servants, my father, we told him what my lord had said. Then our father said, "Go back and buy a little more food." But we said, "We cannot go down. Only if your youngest brother is with us, we will go. We cannot see the man's face unless your youngest brother is with us." Your servant, my father, said to us, "You know that my wife bore me 2 sons. One of them went away from me." And I said, "He has certainly been torn to pieces, and I have not seen him since. If you take this one from me too, and harm comes to him, you will bring my gray head down to the grave in misery." So now, if the boy is not with us when I go back to your servant my father, and if my father, whose life is closely bound up with the boy's life, sees that the boy isn't there, he will die. Your servants will bring the gray hairs of our father down to the grave in sorrow. Your servant guaranteed the boy's safety to my father. I said, "If I do not bring him back to you, I will bear the blame before you, my father, all my life. Now then, please let your servant remain here as my lord's slave in place of the boy, and let the boy return with his brothers. How can I go back to my father if the boy is not with me? No, do not let me see the misery that would come on my father." Genesis 45. Then Joseph could no longer control himself before all his attendants, and he cried out, "Have everyone leave my presence." So there was no one with Joseph when he made himself known to his brothers, and he wept too loudly that the Egyptians heard him, and Pharaoh's household heard about it. Joseph said to his brother, "I am Joseph. Is my father still living?" But his brothers were not able to answer him because they were terrified at his presence. Then Joseph said to his brothers, "Come close to me." "Then they have done so," he said. "I am your brother Joseph, the one you sold into Egypt. And now do not be distressed and do not be angry with yourself for selling me here, because it was to save life that God sent me ahead of you. For 2 years now there have been famine in the land, and for the next 5 years there will be no plowing and reaping. But God sent me ahead of you to persevere for you a remnant on earth, and I save your life by a great deliverance. So then, it was not your who sent me here, but God. He made me father to Pharaoh, lord of his entire household and ruler of all Egypt. Now hungry, back to my father and said to him, "This is what your son Joseph said. God hath made me lord of all Egypt. Come down to me, don't delay. You shall live in the region of Goshen, and be near me, you, your children and grandchildren, your flocks and herds, and all your have I will provide for you there, because 5 years of the famine are still to come. Otherwise, you and your household and all who belong to you will become destitute. You can see for yourself, and so can my brother Benjamin, that it is really who I am speaking to you. Tell my father about all the honor accorded me in Egypt, and about everything you have seen, and bring my father down here quickly." Then he threw his arms around his brother Benjamin and wept. And Benjamin embraced him weeping, and he kissed all of his brothers and wept over them. Afterward, his brother talked with him. When the news reached Pharaoh's palace that Joseph's brother has come, Pharaoh and all his officers were pleased. Pharaoh said to Joseph, "Tell your brothers, do this. Load your animal and return to the land of Canaan, and bring your father and your families back to me. I will give you the best of the land of Egypt, and you can enjoy the fat of the land." You are also directed to tell them, "Do that. Take some cars from Egypt for your children and your wife, and get your brother and come. Never mind about your belonging, because the best of all Egypt will be yours." So the sons of Israel did it. Joseph gave the casts as the Pharaoh had commanded, and he also gave them provisions for their journey. To each of them he gave new clothing, but to Benjamin he gave the 300 shekels of silver and 5 sets of clothes. And this is what he sent to his father: 10 donkeys loaded with the best thing of Egypt, and 10 female donkeys loaded with grain and bread and other provisions for his journeys. Then he sent his brothers away, and as they were leaving, they said to them, "Don't quarrel on their way." So they went up out of Egypt and came to their father Jacob in the land of Canaan. They took him. Joseph is still alive. In fact, he is ruler of all Egypt. Jacob was stoned. He did not believe them. But when they told him everything Joseph had said to them, and when he saw the carts Joseph had sent to carry him back, the spirit of their father Jacob revived, and Israel said, I am convinced my son Joseph is still alive. I will go and see him before I die. Genesis 46. So Israel set out with all that were his. And when he reached Beersheba, he offered a sacrifice to God of his father Isaac. And God spoke to Israel in a vision at night and said, Jacob, Jacob. Here I am. He replied, I am God, the God of your father. He said, do not be afraid to go down to Egypt, for I will make you into a great nation there. I will go down to Egypt with you, and I will surely bring you back again. And Joseph's own hand will close your eyes. Then Jacob left Beersheba, and Israel's sons took their father Jacob and their children and their wife in the carts that Pharaoh had sent to transport him. So Jacob and all his offspring went to Egypt, taking with their livestock and the possessions they have acquired in Canaan. Jacob brought with him to Egypt his sons and grandsons, and his daughters and granddaughters of all his offspring. These are the names of the sons of Israel, Jacob and his descendants who went to Egypt. Reuben, the firstborn of Jacob, the son of Reuben, Hanok, Pulu, Herod, and Carmi. The sons of Simeon, Jemuel, Jamin, Ohad, Jachin, Johar, and Shaul, the son of the Canaanite woman. The sons of Levi, Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. The sons of Judah, Er, Onan, Shelah, Perez, and Zerah. But Er and Onan had died in the land of Canaan. The son of Perez, Heron and Hamun. The sons of Issachar, Tola, Pua, Jashur, and Shimron. The sons of Rebulun, Sere, Elon, and Jelah. These were the sons Leah bore to Jacob in Padan Aram. Besides his daughter Dinah, the sons of the daughter of his were 33 in all. The son of Gad, Jephon, Hagi, Shuni, Ebon, Eri, Arudi, and Erini. The sons of Asher, Enar, Ishvar, Ishvi, and Beriah. Their sister was Sarah, the son of Beriah, Heber, and Milcah. There were the children born to Jacob by Zilpah, who Laban had given to his daughter Leah, 16 in all. The son of Jacob's wife Rachel, Joseph and Benjamin. In Egypt, Manasseh and Ephraim were born to Joseph by Arsela, daughter of Potiphar, priest of On. The son of Benjamin, Bela, Becher, Ashbel, Gera, Naaman, Ehi, Rosh, Mupin, Hupin, and Arad. There were the sons of Rachel who were born to Jacob, 14 in all. The son of Dan, Hushin. The son of Naphtali, Jeziel, Guni, Jesher, and Shinem. There was a son born to Jacob in Bela, who Laban had to give to his daughter Rachel 7 years. All those who went to Egypt with Jacob, who were his direct descendants, not counting his son's wife, number 66 persons, with the 2 sons who had been born to Joseph in Egypt. The members of Jacob's family which went to Egypt were 70 in all. Now Jacob sent Judah ahead of him to Joseph and get directions to Goshen. When they arrived in the region of Goshen, Joseph had his chariot made ready and went to Goshen to meet his father Israel. As soon as Joseph appeared before him, he threw his arms around his father and wept for a long time. Israel said to Joseph, "Now I am ready to die, since I have seen for myself that you are still alive." Then Joseph said to his brother and to his father's household, "I will go up and speak to Pharaoh, and I will say to him, my brothers and my father's household, who were living in the land of Canaan, had come to me. The men are shepherds, they tend livestock, and they have brought along their flocks and herds and everything they own. When Pharaoh called you in and asked, 'What is your occupation?' you should answer, 'Your servants have tended livestock from our boyhood on, just as our father did.' Then you will be allowed to settle in the region of Goshen. For all shepherds and detestable to Egyptians."
Matthew chapter 2. After Jesus was born in Bethlehem in Judah, during the time of King Herod, Magi from the east came to Jerusalem and asked, "Where the ones who have been born king of the Jews? We saw his star when it rose and have come to worship him." When the King Herod heard this, he was disturbed, and all Jerusalem with him. When he had called together all the people's chief priests and teachers of the law, and asked them where the Messiah were to be born in Bethlehem in Judea, they replied, "For this is what the prophets had written. But you, Bethlehem, in the land of Judah, are by no means least among the rulers of Judah. For out of you will come a ruler who will shepherd my people Israel." Then Herod called the Magi secretly and found out from them exact time the star had appeared. He sent them to Bethlehem and said, "Go and search carefully for the child. As soon as you find him, report to me so that I too may go and worship him." After they have heard the king, they went on their way. And the star they had been when it rose went ahead of them until it stopped over the place where the child was. When they saw the star, they were overjoyed. On coming to the house, they saw the child with his mother Mary, and they bowed down and worshipped him. Then they opened their treasures and presented him with gifts of gold, frankincense, and myrrh. And having been warned in a dream not to go back to Herod, they returned to their country by another route. When they have gone, an angel of the Lord appeared to Joseph in a dream. Get up, he said, take the child and his mother and escape to Egypt. Stay there until I tell you, for Herod is going to search for a child to kill him. So he got up, took the child and his mother during the night, and left for Egypt, where they stayed until the death of Herod, and so were fulfilled what the Lord had said through the prophet, out of Egypt I call my son. When Herod realized that they had been outwitted by the Magi, he was furious, and he gave orders to kill all the boys in Bethlehem and its vicinity who were 2 years old and under, in their accordance with the time he had learned from the Magi. Then what was said through the prophet Jeremiah was fulfilled. A voice he heard in the Ramah, weeping and great mourning, Rachel weeping for her children, and refusing to be comforted because they are no more. After Herod died, an angel of the Lord appeared in a dream to Joseph in Egypt, and said, get up, take the child and his mother and go to the land of Israel, for those who were trying to take the child's life are dead. So he got up, took the child and his mother, and went to the land of Israel. But when he heard that the Archelaus were reigning on the Judea in the place of his father Herod, he was afraid to go there, having been warned in a dream, and withdrew to the district of Galilee. And he went to live in the town called Nazareth. So was fulfilled what was said through the prophets, that he could be called a Nazarene.
Genesis chapter 47. Joseph went and told Pharaoh, my father and brothers, with their flocks and herds and everything they owned, they have come from the land of Canaan, and are now in Goshen. He chose 5 of his brothers and presented them before Pharaoh. Pharaoh asked the brothers, what is your occupation? Your servants are shepherds. They replied to Pharaoh, just as our father were. They also said to him, we have come to live here for a while, because the famine is served in Canaan, and your servants' flocks have no pasture. So now please let your servant settle in Goshen. Pharaoh said to Joseph, your father and your brother have come to you, and the land in Egypt is before you. Settle your father and your brothers in the best part of the land. Let them live in Goshen. And if you know of any among them with special ability, put them in charge of my own livestock. Then Joseph brought his brother Jacob and presented him before Pharaoh. After Joseph blessed Pharaoh, Pharaoh asked him, how old are you? And Joseph said to Pharaoh, the years of my pilgrimage are 130. My years have been few and difficult, and they do not equal the years of the pilgrimage of my fathers. Then Jacob blessed Pharaoh and went out from his presence. So Joseph settled his father and his brothers in Egypt, and gave them property in the best part of land, the district of Ramses, as Pharaoh directed Joseph also provide his father and his brothers and all his father's household with food, according to the numbers of their children. There was no food, however, in the whole region, because the famine was served both Egypt and Canaan wasted away because of famine. Joseph collected all the money that were to be found in Egypt and Canaan in payment for the grain they were buying, and he brought it into Pharaoh's palace. When the money of the people of Egypt and Canaan were gone, all Egypt came to Joseph and said, "Give us food, why should we die before your eyes? Our money is gone. Then bring your livestock," said Joseph. "I will send you food in exchange for your livestock, since your money is gone." So they brought their livestock to Joseph, and they gave them food in exchange for their horses, their sheep and goats, their cattle and donkeys. And he brought them through that years with food in exchange for all their livestock. When that years were over, they came to him the following years and said, We cannot hide from your Lord the effect of sins. Our money is gone, and our livestock belong to you. There is nothing left for us, for our Lord, except your bodies and our land. Why should we perish before your eyes? We and our land as well. Buy us and our land in exchange for food, and we with our land will be in bondage to Pharaoh. Give us seed so that we may live and not dead, and that the land may not become desolate. So Joseph bought all the land in Egypt for Pharaoh. The Egyptians one and all sold their fields, become the farmers were to serve for them. The land became Pharaoh's, and Joseph reduced the people to servitude. From one end to Egypt to the other. However, he did not buy the land or the priests, because they received a regular atonement from Pharaoh and have food enough from the atonement Pharaoh gave them. That is why they did not sell their land. Joseph said to the people, "Now that I have bought you and your land today for Pharaoh, here is seed for you and for you, so you can plant the ground. But when the crop come in, give a fifth of it to Pharaoh. The other 4/5 you may keep as seed for the field and as food for yourself and your household and your children. You have saved our life," they said. "May we find favor in the eyes of our Lord. We will be in bondage of Pharaoh." So Joseph established it as a law concerning land in Egypt, still in force today, that a fifth of the produce belong to Pharaoh. It was only the land of the priests that did not become Pharaoh's. Now the Israelites settled in Egypt, in the region of Goshen. They acquired property there and were fruitful. They increased greatly in number. Jacob lived in Egypt
17 years, and the years of his life were 147. When the time drew near for Israel to die, he called for his son Joseph and said to him, "If I have found favor in your eyes, put your hand under my thigh and promise that you will show me kindness and faithfulness. Do not bury me in Egypt, but when I rest with my fathers, carry me out of Egypt and bury me where they were buried." "I will do as you said," he said. "Swear to me," he replied. Then Joseph swore to him, and Israel worshipped as he leaned on the top of his staff. Genesis 48. Sometime later, Joseph was told, "Your father is ill." So he took his two sons, Manasseh and Ephraim, along with him. When Jacob was told, "Your son Joseph have come to you," Israel realized his strength and sat up on the bed. Jacob said to Joseph, "God Almighty appeared to me at the Luz in the land of Canaan, and He blessed me, and said to me, I am going to make you fruitful and increase your numbers. I will make you a community of peoples, and I will give the land as an everlasting possession to your descendants after you. Now then, your two sons born to you in Egypt before I came to you here will be reckoned as mine. Ephraim and Manasseh will be mine, just as Reuben and Shimon are mine. Any children born to you after there will be yours. In the territory they inherit, they will be reckoned under my name as their brothers. And I was returning from Padan. To my sorrow, Rachel died in the land of Canaan, while we were still on the way, a little distant from Ephrath. So I buried her there beside the road of Ephrath, that is Bethlehem. When Israel saw the sons of Joseph, he asked, "Who are these?" "They are the sons God hath given to me here," Joseph said to his father. Then Israel said, "Bring them to me, so I may bless them." Now Israel's eyes were failing because of old age, and he could hardly see. So Joseph brought his sons close to him, and his father kissed them and embraced them. Israel said to Joseph, "I never expected to see your face again, and now God hath allowed me to see your children too." Then Joseph removed them from Israel's knee and bowed down with his face to the ground. And Joseph took both of them, Ephraim and his right toward Israel's left hand, and Manasseh on his toward Israel's right hand, and brought them close to him. But Israel reached out his right hand and put it on Ephraim's head, thought he were the younger, and crossing his arms, he put his left hand on Manasseh's head, even though Manasseh was the firstborn. Then he blessed Joseph and said, "May the God before whom my fathers Abraham and Isaac walked faithfully, the God who hath been my shepherd, all my life to this day. The angel who hath delivered me from all harm, may he bless thee boys. May they be called by my name and the name of my father Abraham and Isaac. And may they increase greatly on the earth. When Joseph saw his father placing his right hand on Abraham's heart, he did please. So he took hold of his father's hand to move it from the Abraham head to Manasseh's head. Joseph said to him, No, my father, this one is the firstborn, but your right hand on his heart. But his father refused and said, I know, my son, I know. He too will become a people, and he too will become great. Nevertheless, his younger brother will be greater than he, and his descendants will become a group of nations. They blessed them day and said, In your name will Israel pronounce the blessing. May God make you like Ephraim and Manasseh. So he put Ephraim ahead of Manasseh. Then Israel said to Joseph, I am about to die, but God will be with you, and take you back to the land of your fathers. And to you I give one more reach of land than to your brothers, the rich I took from the Amorite with my sword and my bow.
Genesis 49. Then Jacob called his son and said, Gather around so I can tell you what will happen to you in days to come. Assembly and listen, sons of Jacob. Listen to your father Israel. Reuben, you are my firstborn, my might, the first sign of my strength, excelling in honor, excelling in power, turbulent as the waters, you will no longer excel. For you went up into your father's bed, into my court, and defeated it. Simeon and Levi are brothers. Their swords are weapons in violence. Let me not enter their council. Let me not join their assembly, for they have killed men in their anger, and hamstrung oxen as they please. Cursed be their anger so fires, and their fury so crude. I will scatter them in Jacob, and disperse them in Israel. Judah, your brother will praise you. Your hand will be on the leg of your enemies. Your father's son will bow down to you. You are the lion cub, Judah. You return from the prey, my son. Like a lion, he crouches and lies down. Like a lioness who dares to the roast him. The scepter will not depart from Judah, nor the ruler staff from between his feet, until he to whom it belongs shall come, and the obedience of his nations shall be his. He will tether his
donkey to a vine. He called to the choicest branch, who will watch his garments in white, his robes in the blood of grapes. His eyes will be darker than white, his teeth whiter than milk. Zebulun will live by the seashore and become a haven for ships. His border will extend toward Sidon. Issachar is a raw-boned donkey, lying down among the sheep pens. When he sees how good is his resting place, and how pleasant in his land, he will bend his shoulder to the burden, and submit to forced labor. Dan will provide justice for his people. As one of chief of Israel, Dan will be a snake by the roadside, a viper along the path that beats the horse heels, so that its rider tumbles backward. I look for you, deliverance, Lord. God will be attacked by a band of riders, but he will attack them at their heels. Asher's food will be rich. He will provide delicacies fit for a king. Naphtali is a doe set free that bears fruitful fowls. Joseph is a fruitful vine near a spring, whose branches climb over a wall. With a bitterness, archers attack him. They shot at him with a hostility, but his bow remained steady. His strong arm stayed limber, because of the hand of the mighty one of Jacob, because of the shepherd, the rock of Israel, because of your father's God, who helps you, because the Almighty who blesses you, with blessing of the skies above, blessing of deep spring below, blessing of the breast and womb. Your father's blessing are greater than the blessing of the ancient mountains, than the bounty of H.O. hills. Let all the rest on the head of Joseph, to the brow of the prince among his brothers. Benjamin is the ravenous wolf in the morning, and devours the prey in the evening, divide the plunder. All these are the 12 tribes of Israel. And it either their father said to them when he blessed them, giving each the blessing appropriate to him. Then he gave them the instructions, I am about to be gathered to my people. Bury me with my father in the cave of the field in Hebron the Hittite, the cave in the field of Machpelah near Mamre in Canaan, which Abraham bought along with the field as the burial place from Hebron the Hittite. There Abraham and his wife Sarah were buried. There Isaac and his wife Rebekah were buried, and there I bury Leah. The field and the cave it's in were bought from the Hittites. When Jacob had finished giving instructions to his sons, he drew his feet up into the bed, breathed his last, and were gathered to his people.
Genesis 50. Joseph threw himself on his father and wept over him and kissed him. Then Joseph directed the physicians in his service to embalm his father Israel. So the physicians embalmed him, taking a full 40 days, for that were the time required for embalming, and the Egyptians mourned for him 70 days. When the day of mourning had passed, Joseph said to Pharaoh's court, "If I have found favor in your eyes, speak to Pharaoh for me. Tell him, my father made me swear an oath and said, I am about to die. Bury me in the tomb I dug for myself in land of Canaan. Now let me go up and bury my father, then I will return." Pharaoh said, "Go up and bury your father as he made you swear to do." So Joseph went up to bury his father. To Pharaoh's officials accompanied him the dignitaries of his courts and all the dignitaries of Egypt, besides all the members of Joseph's household and his brothers and those belonging to his father's household. Only their children and their flocks and herds were left in Goshen. Chariots and horsemen also went up with him. It were a very large company. When they reached the threshing floors of Atad near the Jordan, they lamented loudly and bitterly, and their Joseph observed a 7-day period of mourning for his father. When the Canaanites who lived there saw the mourning at the threshing floor of Atad, they said, "The Egyptians are holding a solemn ceremony of mourning." That is why the place near the Jordan is called Abel Mizram. So Jacob's son did as he had commanded them. They carried him to the land of Canaan and buried him in the cave of the field of Machpelah near Mamre, which Abraham had bought along with the field as a burial place for Hebron and Hittites. After burying his father, Joseph returned to Egypt, together with his brother and all the others who had gone with him to bury his father. When Joseph's brothers saw that their father was dead, they said, "What if Joseph holds a grudge against us and pays it back for all the wrong we did for him?" So they sent word to Joseph, saying, "Your father left their instructions before he died. Did he what you are to say to Joseph? I ask you to forgive your brothers the sins and the wrongs they committed in the treating you so badly. Now please forgive the sins of the servants of the God of your father." When their message came to him, Joseph wept. His brothers then came and threw themselves down before him. "We are your slaves," they said. But Joseph said to them, "Don't be afraid. I am in the place of God. You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives. So then, don't be afraid. I will provide for you and your children." And he resumed them and spoke kindly to them. Joseph stayed in Egypt along with all his father's family. He lived 110 years and saw the third generation of Abraham's children. Also, the children of Machir, son of Manasseh, were placed at birth on Joseph's knees. Then Joseph said to his brothers, "I am about to die, but God will surely come to your aid and take you up out of the land to the land he promised on oath to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob." And Joseph made the Israelites swear an oath and said, "God will surely come to your aid, and then you must carry my bones up from the place." So Joseph died in the age of 110, and after they embalmed him, he was placed in a coffin in Egypt.